The Periphery often gets shackled with almost a Wild West perception about it. Out there in the exotic, though sparsely populated lands of this undiscovered and unfamiliar country, are the states that tried to back away from the rest of humanity, to remove themselves from the bonds of Terra that restrained countless billions, in order to pursue lives based in freedom. From there, they would get out from underneath the thumb of the noble, ruling elite of the inner sphere, and they would get to live off the sweat of their brow, the courage of their heart, and the determination of their souls. It's a pleasant fiction, not just in that it's in a fictional universe, but it's a pleasant fiction in regards to how these half-formed successor states and the people inside of them exist. Of the most notable amongst them, there is a particular reputation, that of an empire built on freedom from the tyranny of the Star League. If only that were true. In the depths of the void, there resides a country that has rivaled the strength, industrial capacity, and technology of the inner sphere at various points in its history. In the fledgling days of the Great Houses, it roamed the expanse as a mature but unknown power. With the birth of the Star League, it was dissected to bring Ian Cameron's vision to life, but this resistance also brought this new union to its knees. Centuries later, it had more than a small role to play in the death of this system as well. Emerging from the Hyades cluster, this power has risen and fallen several times, but never vanished, and it has the potential, over the course of the oncoming centuries, to realize its true ability, to perhaps one day be a superpower unto itself. One of the first neo-feudal states to ever emerge, whether it recognizes it or not. In this piece, we are going to explore what is perhaps one of the most misunderstood, yet vital states, with a long, storied history in the world of Battletech. But we're also going to explore a country founded on laudable principles that has consistently failed to live up to them. They offer freedom, but not freedom from fear. And slowly over time, this place has become a prison of tyranny, built out of paranoia, hatred, and hypocrisy. If there is a god of this realm, it is most certainly a two-faced one, with freedom, protection, and prosperity on one side, and despotism, aggression, and tyranny on the other. So prepare yourselves to be conscripted. In the name of the protector of the realm, and in the name of all the constitutional rights and opportunities yet afforded to all citizens of the state, as we delve into the history and lore of the mightiest of the Periphery states, the Taurian Concordat. If written accurately, history is always a terrible disappointment for the idealistic, the romantic, and the opportunistic. From History and Culture, by James Dugan, University of Washington, 2031. To understand the origins of the Taurian state, one must first look towards the place where all of mankind originates from: Terra. In the 21st and 22nd centuries, Earth had undergone a revolution in technology and in its society. Communism imploded and was swept away in the years after the turn of the millennium, and this created the conditions for a new world, one governed with the shared values of what had been called the Western Alliance. These states, all democracies, were perceived prior to the fall of the alternative system as benevolent, enlightened, and well-run societies. Representing 80% of the global population, this default ruling body over the Earth evolved into the Terran Alliance in 2086. This callous but outwardly democratic government and organization, led by the most powerful and wealthy amongst them, became the beating heart of human advancement, allowing for huge expansions in energy production through fusion technology. But also it pioneered interstellar space travel with the Kearney-Fushida drive. Colony ships and exploratory vessels scattered into a series of systems and worlds around Terra, seeking out resources, and more importantly, habitable dwellings for mankind among alien stars. These journeys were successful in many cases, finding new, rich lands to colonize. For a great many of those left on Terra, as time passed into the 22nd and 23rd centuries, among civilians, from the poor to the more adventurous members of the elite, they embarked on a journey into the heavens and into these new habitats for humanity as interstellar transportation became progressively more affordable, abandoning the increasingly unsatisfactory Earth in hopes of finding worthwhile lives on these alien planets. It was the chaos and poisonous lack of just governance on Terra that had made the home of man so increasingly unattractive to so many. These people were often those looking to escape the corruption of where they had departed, only unfortunately they failed to escape the Alliance's reach. At least at the beginning. The chaos of the Terran political system made it difficult to manage for the colonists at first, as Terra did have the idea that these new settlements were under their jurisdiction. The first territories to be part of this grander sphere were very much dependent on Terran support to survive, and thus were hardly able to live free of the dominance of the homeworld, as many had clearly desired. But with so many departing Earth, and with the passing of only a few generations, this changed. The volume of colonists on so many of these planets, as well as these worlds' own economic, agricultural, and industrial development, meant that they could no longer be so easily herded by their masters at home. A quiet war began to emerge, with those wishing for freedom from Terra doing all they could to acquire transportation, in order to harness the means of making this a reality. The Alliance Navy captured unsanctioned vessels, or those sold to these independence-minded groups, but it was far from clean. In 2128, the Alliance Parliament even went as far as to pass the colonization procedure referendum in order to stamp down on dissidents who were attempting to spread throughout their new empire abroad. The law more or less nationalized all interstellar travel. This inevitably failed with time, however. Independent jump ships began to transfer water, people, and other resources between worlds frequently by the end of the 22nd century, with the primary example being the Ryan Cartel. Colonies were formed by illegal settlers, and others were supported by functionally law-breaking jump ships, who were increasingly poised to break free from the tyranny they had faced. All of these factors then opened up the possibility, finally, for true independence from the suffocating embrace of Earth. In 2236, at the furthest edges of the known expanse of colonies at the time, a coalition of settlements, tired of the high taxes, as well as the arbitrary and corrupt rule they were forced to live under, imposed on them from distant Earth, declared their independence from the mother country. The first of the colonies to demand their liberation was the ironically named World of Freedom. Other nearby colonies joined in unity with them in a short period of time.
The straw that broke the camel's back came from colonial Terran governor Ardith Rathill on Freedom in the spring of 2236. Rathill apparently had an agreement with the Terran Alliance Treasury Department, which gave the governor power to impose whatever local taxes he pleased in exchange for a certain sum of money deposited in the Alliance Treasury. An inventive if rather arrogant sort, Rathill imposed one tax scheme too many when he decreed the Freedom Marriage Tax Bill, requiring that a mandatory dowry be paid to his office before it would issue appropriate marriage permits. This proved too much for the native Freedomians, who to this day are noted for their hot-blooded natures. From the Outer Reaches Rebellion by Arthur Dixon, Santiago Press, 2714.
This peaceful separation, this revolt against the high-handed Terran planetary governors and administrators, was not met with negotiations or reform. Instead, the Alliance Parliament in Geneva, upon hearing word of this disobedience, responded with a fury not seen, truthfully, in generations. On Terra, the elected body was largely broken into two camps: the expansionists and the liberals, with the latter being more pro-colony, though often only insofar as they could exploit them subtly, and the former being about direct rule and exploitation by Terra. The expansionists, who at the time held the majority in the parliament, passed an emergency bill to finance a gigantic military expedition to intervene and crush the World of Freedom and its allies, bringing them back to heel. To do this, a fleet of strike cruisers, assault carriers, and a host of troop transports were assembled, with ground forces being made up mostly of Terran colonial marines, as the Alliance Global Militia wasn't suited for the task. Major General Gunther Stein was placed in command of this vital operation to enforce Terran hegemonic influence once more over its colonies.
Stein was a fool. No, worse than that. He was a fool in the general's uniform. He thought only in terms of abstract numbers. So many ships, so many men, and failed to see his adversaries in terms of human feelings and responses. That was his undoing. And ours.
From the Road to Freedom by General Armando Lucchesi, Celestial Spheres Publishers, Terra, 2241.
Originally intended as a short campaign to crush the rebels, believing they'd face minimal opposition, the Taurian Expeditionary Force instead ran into a wall of resistance. Even as things began, it was a total mess. Upon entering the rebel systems, the task force anticipated they'd be in duels with poorly armed merchant vessels. Instead, they found ships that were charging them with reckless abandon, bypassing the heavily armed cruisers of the Terran fleet, and instead crashing into vulnerable troop transports and supply vessels, catastrophically damaging and destroying both ships in the process. This fanaticism was shocking to the Terrans, and it was but a taste of what they'd come to expect. The landings on each world faced unique problems. Izar opted to fight a dedicated insurgency, letting the Terrans take settlements, but then striking out at them from hidden positions, or using local terrain to hit and run. Even with weaponry that was much more primitive than their Terran counterparts, this never fully allowed them to secure the planet. The World of Freedom, the place that had started this entire disaster, was turned into a citadel, with a mass of trenchworks and fortifications for its defenders, built in such depth and with such effort that only dedicated, intense orbital bombardments could effect breakthroughs. The war here turned into a grinding siege. The defenders stated from the start that they would sooner see their capital, Jefferson City, burn than surrender to their oppressors. Other worlds faced wholesale destruction, with one example being the massacres on the planet of Summit. The very leader of the massacre, General Seth Van Dorn, arrived on Freedom to reinforce the local commanding officer, General Desmond, who had been awaiting further supplies and reinforcements before aggressively pushing forward in the siege. Van Dorn and his troops were bloodied by this point, and considered utterly ruthless. Their arrival heralded a level of violence the defenders could not hope to hold out against. Predictably, they turned their heavy laser cannons on Jefferson City, and it was turned into a burning ruin. under the cover of smoke and fire as an inferno rampaged through the enemy city. Desmond ordered the attack. Men, women, and children were forced to fight street by street to defend themselves. These people, functionally civilians, were then massacred by the Terran Marines as the city was leveled. President Dupont, the leader of the defenders, fled into the hills during the fighting in order to continue resistance over this now badly mauled world. In the midst of all this, the Ryan cartel played a subversive role, stepping in to supply the Terrans with water and other supplies, while also, at the same time, transporting, quietly, rebel forces and information. They wanted to see the Terrans' dysfunctional empire end as much as anyone, with the supply chain being utterly broken, as it was dependent on unreliable third parties, and being stuck in a series of grinding campaigns against determined enemies, willing to sacrifice all to stave off their opponents. There was just no way to succeed. The Terran Marines could massacre the people of the Outer Reaches, and did so in huge numbers, across every world they touched, turning many homes into ashes, and the families living there into corpses. But they couldn't get the locals to comply, and they could not resolve their supply issues. Without ever acknowledging it, quietly, the Terrans began to withdraw from the combat zone. By the middle of 2238, the war was over. The Outer Reaches rebellion had won. The political fallout of this campaign was shocking, with the Alliance rescinding to their reliable core territories, leaving much of the rest of the human sphere without governance, for good or for ill. Many of the planets which had fought back were left with hollowed-out industries, abandoned cities, ruined economies, masses of maimed people, and widespread homelessness. In the chaos of the Terran withdrawal, many people on these now ruined worlds opted to depart, not to return to Terra, but to get even further away from it, to start their lives over again, hoping to salvage themselves from the wreckage in a new place, far from the nightmares they'd seen and now lived. One of these survivors, one of these new explorers, was a woman named Samantha Calderon. Morals are one thing. Survival is everything. Samantha Calderon, October 2252, in an issue of Modern Explorers, New York, Terra. Aix-la-Chapelle had been a colony which had joined the Outer Reaches in their bid for independence. Their struggle was as real as freedom's, or anyone else's. And just like them, the blood of their citizens won them their liberty, and pushed back the Terran Empire. Even now, with the Alliance in political chaos, it did nothing to heal those who had sacrificed for this victory. The dead and wounded paid the highest price, of course, but there were so many others left behind. Everyone on these worlds were survivors, after staring down the superpower that had spawned so many colonies. But some were left to survive, even if physically intact, with severe wounds that cannot be seen. And Samantha Calderon was one of the legion of people who suffered in this way. Samantha and her husband had been in the upper class of society, with her husband possessing a vast fortune built around the terraforming industry, which at the time in what would later be known as the Inner Sphere was booming with all of the colonization taking place. Calderon merchant ships and Calderon equipment departed from Vega for years, until the uprising, that is. Her husband was marked as a traitor, though the circumstances around this remain murky. He ended up before an Alliance firing squad, and was shot. Their 2 daughters were put before the same firing squad, and were also, tragically, shot. Samantha buried her husband and children, being left with his wealth, but also with a void in her life that would push her to abandon the place she had called home. Even after her family was killed, it was hardly as if things went smoothly. Merrick privateers raided her assets, stealing vessels and equipment shortly afterwards, halving her net worth by 2245. With that, Samantha was done. There was no reason to stay any longer, to linger on broken worlds. In a chaotic soup of warring pirates and corrupt local states, she opted to take a decisive solution to her problems, and charted a radical new path to her life. Instead of fighting back against the pirates, and holding desperately onto what was left of the financial and business empire her husband had built, she sold it. She sold all of it. Everything was liquidated, and all for one purpose. She began buying jump ships, other craft, supplies, and the means to start over near some distant star, far away from the misery she was in now. While making these purchases, she announced her intention to begin an expedition, with the goal she desired, to take herself and the people who came with her beyond the reaches of known space. In 2250, 25 ships departed Aix-la-Chapelle, on their course into the vast darkness. While passing through otherwise occupied human space, the flotilla did all they could to avoid detection, to avoid contact with the Alliance, wanting to have nothing to do with the butchers who'd ruined so much. On their journey, they made 3 notable stops at Robinson, Victoria, and New Syrtis, as they continued onward into the unknown. Barely a record was kept of them before they vanished, much as those who went down the same path and were never heard from again. For 22 months, from the time of their departure, they traveled their lonely voyage, until Samantha and her people reached the Hyades cluster. Surrounded by a dense nebula of gas and dust, the Hyades zone was something of a mystery up until this point, even as late as the 23rd century. Prior explorers and expeditions that had charted their path towards the cluster had vanished without an inkling of what happened to them. As the flotilla came closer to the dense gas and dust clouds, it was discovered why. But too late for 2 of their craft, who could not adjust their course. These 2 ships had a tragic end. But what was the cause of this calamity? Sitting directly behind this wall of gas, a wall that blocked out most of their sensors, was a massive asteroid field, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers wide and deep. This was the graveyard for the explorers that had come before. Still, the Calderon Expedition as a whole persisted, despite their losses, and managed to do what hadn't been done before: survive the asteroids that claimed some of their own. 8 unexplored systems, gravitationally locked to one another, were found past the deadly obstacles, with a total of 37 worlds. Of these 37 celestial bodies, which notably some had very wild and chaotic orbits, 10 were deemed habitable for human life. On January 23rd, 2253, Samantha Calderon set foot on the planet of Taurus, named after her second husband, Victor Torrens, who had perished aboard one of the 2 ships destroyed in the Hyades asteroid field. Another loss for her on her quest to escape the misery of the inner sphere. Much to the fortune of Samantha and this new colony, Taurus proved to be rich in natural resources, and its soil proved fertile enough to grow common crops. By 2253, and for the next 15 years afterwards, Samantha Calderon got to live her dream of escaping the desolate home she'd known, and avoiding the corrupt, sinister governing bodies that lay where she'd once called home. With only a few thousand inhabitants, in under 2 decades the population doubled as this idyllic home grew in prosperity. Samantha had persevered, along with those that had survived the journey with her, and had created a new home on Taurus. And they'd done it without even being seen, or having to rely on Terra, or the other colonies of old. As a leader, and as an explorer, Samantha had boldly pushed forwards, and she'd done something few could ever imagine. But all lives are fragile, and all stories come to an end. Samantha Calderon died in an accident on March 14th, 2268. She was considered a visionary by her followers. But with her passing, there was time to reflect. It was a time that some began to imagine a world, perhaps different than her vision. Her successor as leader, Timothy Calderon, her only son, was to be the one who would create something that would have a history that would stretch to almost 900 years in the human sphere. Timothy Calderon, more than his mother, is the true father of what would become the Taurian state in its truest form, and cemented the rule of House Calderon. The state was to become the Taurian Concordat.
When a democracy which is thirsting for freedom has evil cupbearers presiding over the feast, and is drunk too deeply of the strong wine of freedom, then, unless her rulers are very amenable and give a plentiful draught, she calls them to account and punishes them, and says they are cursed oligarchs. Socrates, Plato's Republic, Book 8.
Taurus, now as a fledgling state rather than just a colony, made the only decision the people felt they could after the death of their leader, Samantha Calderon. They turned to her son, Timothy, for leadership in the wake of the accident that claimed her life. With the population only numbering in the thousands, and with the colony still not being grounded enough to ensure its long-term survival, turning towards another Calderon seemed to be the only option in the eyes of the people who selected him. Samantha had taken them this far. Timothy would take them into the days to come. There is an important point here that must be stressed. The Taurian Concordat is in many ways a nation of contradictions, and that starts from this very moment. You see, Timothy himself despised democracy. The Terran Alliance, the state which at the time of Timothy Calderon's ascendancy to the protector role on Taurus, that was very much in political turmoil, was the primary example of democracy on display for humanity to see at the time. This was a violent, oppressive, imperialist regime, operated by ruthless oligarchs and politically self-serving elites. It destroyed the lives of literal worlds worth of people, and sent its own armies into grinding battles of attrition. It killed Timothy Calderon's siblings, and was the reason his mother had led the expedition to this new colonial paradise, now on the edge of human space. It also represented a system that took from others, unjustly, and gave the spoils to those who already had. So, in 2268, Protector Timothy Calderon felt he was more than justified in his disdain for a system that had created so much suffering, chaos, and destruction. Democracy as an idea, you may argue, in the world of Battletech, was largely discredited because of the Alliance, and its lack of representation as a political system among the star-spanning empires at a national level likely is because of this dark era. So, if not democracy, what system of government did Taurus, the eventual capital of the Taurian Concordat, have instead? The new protector, decades before the Terran hegemony even came into existence, with a coup launched by James McKenna, and far away from Terran influence, declared the role of the protector as a hereditary title, to be passed down through his family, rather than being selected through some democratic process. This is one of the earliest examples of neo-feudalism in human-occupied space, though some others were starting to crop up. But it might even be the true earliest when factoring in other states that had become neo-feudal empires had yet to truly fully adopt it, or for it to become the established order of the realm. Ironically, Taurus's regime was established in the Periphery, where supposedly people wanted to be free. The Periphery's vision of that concept, however, changes depending on where you are standing. The new protector also had another decree for his people, now that he stood atop the society. Another reaction to the tyranny of the Terran democracy that had driven them so far from the homeworld and colonies. No work, no food. The idea was a simple one. Those who did not contribute to the general welfare were denied access to the common welfare. While these political edicts were imperfect, they did result in Taurian expansion, and the expansion of Taurus's control over nearby worlds. Under his leadership, any planets not already colonized within Flanagan's Nebula were settled. Megaris, Samantha, Renfield, Kirton, and Ishtar were all established between 2310 and 2320. Timothy had turned the expedition's small colony into a monarchist empire, and one he passed on to his daughter Sandra in 2330 with his death. By the time this happened, there were millions of people who called themselves Taurians, and who lived in the Calderon's functional kingdom. If the next in line had been reckless, this now expanding collection of worlds may have quickly been undone. However, Protector Sandra Calderon proved herself to be a sharp and worthy successor to her father and grandmother. It was under her watch, and with her putting forth the initiative, that the Taurian state began to expand past the gas nebula that insulated the state from outside powers. They left the safety and security that it offered in a quest for new lands to claim, and the resources that went along with it. The mineral-rich worlds of Pinard and Bromhead were colonized within 10 years of her rule as protector due to her initiatives, as well as the ever-famous planet of New Vandenberg. The vast abundance these planets offered fueled the expansion of the state, and only furthered yet more exploits with time. In 2331, the new protector, only a year into her reign, needed to address a crisis as well. Refugees were pouring into the new territories of the Calderon's realm, attempting to escape the planets closer to Terra, as the Calderon Expedition had years prior. What could have been a violent encounter on Diefenbaker that spring instead turned into a meeting of mutual respect and cooperation. Bringing with them technology and a willingness to live on the frontier, these new refugees were accepted into the Concordat by the millions, embracing a new homeland and way of life. Because of waves of migration over time, with people attempting to flee the expanding great houses, the empire around Taurus would have over 1 billion inhabitants by the middle of the 24th century. Their worlds had so much room for expansion, and so much opportunity, even if the rest of the Inner Sphere did not know about this realm for years to come, it became a home to many who were willing to be part of it. Past opening the door to migration and the acceptance of new arrivals, it is also important to note that Protector Sandra Calderon set in motion one of the key moments beyond the beginnings of expeditions and colonization in the history of her people, because one could argue that Sandra paved the way for the Concordat to become a relevant power, as it was under her that the state invested massive resources into jump ship construction facilities, giving them domestic production of new vessels, but also creating the infrastructure that few could imagine the Periphery state could sustain. The Taurians were naturally void-traversing people. Their expeditions and successful navigations of nearby clusters prove that, and creating the ability to build their own jump ships and other assortments of spacefaring craft was vital to the nation, for its prosperity as well as for its survival. It also showed the excellence amongst the scientists and engineers within the new state. They had the power to reshape their environment and to build the most precious spacecraft in mankind's domain. The skills, machinery, facilities, and material development that came from this expansion at her order is also what allowed the Taurians to square up, centuries later, against their rivals from within the area that would later be called the Inner Sphere, in ways no one could have expected. However, for all of her efforts, for all of the incredible things that Sandra put in motion, with her rule being implied to have been long due to how it was written, we know for a fact it was only for a mere 5 years. Much of what she got started, from colonization to vital infrastructure and resources she acquired, was all set up in that 5 years, even if it did not bear fruit within that time frame. Sandra Calderon's clear, far-sighted vision for where the Concordat needed to go if it were to be able to defend itself, and if it were to be able to master the stars and planets further into the depths of space, set up the state for 2 centuries of advancement and success. She was succeeded by her son, Richard Calderon, overseeing many of the projects his mother began from 2330 through 2360. The state's prosperity under his rule was unquestionable, and much like his 3 predecessors, Richard left a mark on the society he governed that would stand the test of time. Upon his taking the crown of Protector on Taurus, he declared the intention to formalize and reform the planets within the colonial bubble that had begun into what would become known as the Periphery. A new political organization was crafted, one with consistent laws and governance. This was to be named the Taurian Concordat, and it was envisioned as a commonwealth of worlds. The ideas behind it, as Richard put it, was that the colonies would be bound in friendship, and a promise that the central government would stay hands-off regarding internal affairs of colonies that officially joined. What would the Concordat be then? Well, in this union, those that were a part of it would contribute to the common defense of the nation. Those colonies that chose not to participate in the Concordat would not be penalized. Free and open trade was to be respected. But if worse came to worse and their planets were assaulted, the new Concordat may not protect them, unless they were members of the common defense. Much like Timothy Calderon had said decades earlier, no work, no food. Only in this case, no contribution to the common defense, no protection. In the end, 17 of 18 worlds in Taurus's sphere of influence and colonies joined the pact. The Taurian Concordat was born. And for this reason, I said, money and honor have no attraction for them. Good men do not wish to be openly demanding payment for government, and so to get the name of hirelings, nor by secretly helping themselves out of the public revenues to get the name of thieves. And not being ambitious, they do not care about honor, wherefore necessity must be laid upon them, and they must be induced to serve from the fear of punishment. And this, as I imagine, is the reason why the forwardness to take office, instead of waiting to be compelled, has been deemed dishonorable. Now the worst part of the punishment is that he who refuses to rule is liable to be ruled by one who is worse than himself. And the fear of this, as I conceive, induces the good to take office, not because they would, but because they cannot help, not under the idea that they are going to have any benefit or enjoyment themselves, but as a necessity, and because they are not able to commit the task of ruling to anyone who is better than themselves, or indeed as good. Socrates, from Plato's Republic, an excerpt from Book 1. Considered by many to be one of the freest states in Battletech, the Taurian Concordat has a seemingly strange structure to its government that does not entirely reflect that. To begin to understand this organization, however, one must look at how the Taurian system is arranged. The Concordat is a series of worlds, each with their own independent governing bodies. These governments are typically some form of representative democracies with self-rule, though there are several worlds which in essence have dictatorial rule, such as the capital Taurus. In theory, their self-rule is quite robust, though historically this isn't consistently respected. Each planet then owes its allegiance to the Taurian Concordat, and to the Protector as well. The single most powerful position in the entirety of the Taurian state, and very much keeping with the ideals that Timothy Calderon laid down when he established it as a hereditary title, the Protectorship is the highest position within the country. As to its role, it is the chief executive of the entirety of the Taurian state, Whoever holds this title also is the Commander-in-Chief of the entirety of the Taurian military. What's very important to understand is that the Protector's power goes past this too. This role, while theoretically a constitutional monarchy, is much closer to a House Lord, and always has been, because whoever is the Protector is also the primary policymaker for domestic decisions, as well as external diplomatic offerings. Those planets that have democratic self-rule? Well, kind of, unless the Protector wishes to change the laws or impose his position. The Protector has also been demonstrated to have a near-complete say over economic development, and they have played direct roles in the function of the state in ways that would be shocking to people living under a system that is not authoritarian. The only barrier to complete dictatorial power for the monarch of the state is the Concordia courts, which will periodically review if the Protector's edicts, commands, and behavior are in line with his constitutional role. There are very, very few instances of this body restraining the power meaningfully of the Protector. And under a national emergency, such as the Concordat being in a military conflict, the Protector gains full and complete authority over matters of state, in order to effectively prosecute all war goals. Once a board of the original families to settle the Hyades region in the early days of the Concordat, the Privy Council has evolved into a set of advisors for the Protector. Representatives from every major department of the government are in this council, as well as other direct advisors appointed by the Protector. Often being friends, colleagues, or outside experts they've relied on up until this point. The Council meets monthly to review matters of state and to make recommendations to the Protector, but the head of state is in no way bound to listen to the advice provided by the Council. The most important single department of the central government of the Concordat, the Ministry of Defense, is, if anything, the biggest reason, in theory, why the Concordat exists, according to Richard Calderon, the man who formed the Concordat into its modern state. It is the most decisive tool that the Protector has to protect his power and importance, as well as the most pivotal department in ensuring the safety of Taurian citizens, a role the Protector is supposed to mostly be installed for. The department oversees military research and development, coordinating the needs of the military directly with private enterprises to keep the flow of war material acquisitions coming. It is, of course, also responsible for every branch of the military, including its aerospace and ground forces. The TDF, or Taurian Defense Force, more or less falls under civilian control from being in this department. Headed by the Treasury Director, the Exchequer maintains economic growth in the Concordat, managing fiscal affairs for the state as a whole, but also for individual member worlds. The Concordat Bank of Taurus is the heart of the Exchequer, as well as the government mint and the Taurian Treasury Reserve. This is easily one of the most important cornerstones of the Taurian Concordat, as it would be for any state, and its vital function in maintaining stability in the Taurian Concordat and its economy cannot be overstated. The Ministry of the Interior. Internal Security. Hello, darkness, my old friend. This is exactly what it sounds like. One of the key assets of this department, which has evolved over time, is the Concordat Constabulary. Once a paramilitary organization, this group evolved during the 3050s into a professional nationwide military force. It, meaning the Ministry and its offshoots, are meant to maintain order on all Concordat worlds, and are meant to guard against foreign intelligence assets. They will also maintain domestic and military intelligence as it relates to internal security matters. Surely this ministry would never be used to suppress the will of the people. It's vital in my eyes to point out, just as we lead into this next ministry, that the Taurian government is one of the few in human space that never gave up on colonization, and it is reflected in their economy, but also in this ministry. There are many political and historical reasons for this, which will be covered throughout this piece. However, for now, know that this is a major component of government affairs. This is all to say, the Concordat doesn't just have a Ministry of Trade, it specifically has the Ministry of Trade and Colonization. To start with its function, the ministry often works closely with the Exchequer in order to facilitate healthy trade policies with nearby powers. They are also directly responsible for the colonization of new worlds, and assisting the colonists in these regions. The ministry became very central during the Franc Reaches crisis that emerged in the 31st century. The Concordat places a very special and serious focus on education within its borders. Maintaining advanced industries, like a military-industrial complex, requires skilled people, and this isn't possible without a robust and effective education system. The Ministry of Education within the Concordat oversees the school system from the elementary level through to the university level. Members of the ministry appoint and promote instructors and administrators throughout the school system, and coordinate planetary and national literacy. The ministry also oversees to some degree much of the alternative education, including private schools and homeschooling. Without this department, research in almost any field would plummet, and the vital industries of the Concordat centered around terraforming, colonization, shipbuilding, and the military complex would implode. A court system built to administer civilian law, the judiciary is a major element of the state, giving some oversight over the rest of the government. In theory, the Concordia courts serve as a balance of power against the Protector and his government departments. The courts also have the power to strike down legislation, both on a planetary level and an interplanetary level, should it be deemed incompatible with the Taurian citizens' civil liberties. It does not do this very often, seemingly. The term used for the central government's civil servants who oversee administrative duties is functionaries. Everything down to clerks, to auditors, the equivalent of inspector generals, they're all a part of this broad group of people. They investigate and report on what is happening within the government's ministries to, typically, the government itself, but they are there to ensure that there is accountability. The Taurian Concordat does indeed have a noble class, but they are typically not ultra-wealthy, though this isn't universally true. A dedicated effort has been made within the Concordat to ensure that their nobles, as well as other elites, do not acquire so much wealth as to create massive imbalances with the general population in wealth distribution, in order to maintain their free society. This also conveniently makes them less of a risk to the central government in terms of their influence as well, which is very convenient. The Concordat Charter. The principles of this periphery realm are built around this piece. The Concordat Charter claims that all levels of the Taurian government, both national and local, must guarantee to their citizens the manifold blessings of a free and open society. In practice, this means that Taurian citizens have the right of free speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of association, freedom of religion, and freedom of the press. They are also promised timely, fair, and public trials for accusations of wrongdoing. It also includes the right to a free and appropriate public education. Another promise is that citizens are guaranteed government-sponsored healthcare, or at the very worst, low-cost healthcare. And the same citizens are also guaranteed a living wage for anyone who is employed. Most valuable of all, they are given the right to be free of fear of foreign invaders. Notably, the Concordat does not guarantee the right, though, of their citizens to be independently armed by law. To secure these rights, all Taurians bear an equal share of responsibility for securing the nation. The Taurian citizens are obligated to serve 4 years in defense of the homeland, either as soldiers or in some other capacity directly related to the good of the state. After this, their specific obligations to society are complete. This is done to honor the words of Samantha Calderon, who said, "Those whose country permits them to seek their own destiny will serve it best in doing so." The Concordat has historically not lived up to this charter, but there are often those who are in power who try.
My family has served you since the very beginning, and it will continue to serve as long as this august body is willing to accept our aid. I am not my father. I do not have his record of achievements to prove my worth to you. What I can offer you is my heart, my soul, my flesh, and my untiring devotion, not only to my own world, but to any world that seeks the protection and freedom of these Federated sons. Renard Davion and his acceptance speech before the Federated Sons High Council, 2340.
While the Taurian Concordat had been expanding within the outer reaches of the Periphery, shielded by the Hyades cluster, and while it was prospering and having an influx of refugees from the increasingly volatile inner sphere, things had begun to change within the lands of the Calderon's origins. The Free Worlds League took shape first, before the Terran Hegemony, Federated Sons, and Draconis Combine followed. By 2340, the Lyran Commonwealth too had appeared within the vacuum left behind with the retreat and eventual collapse of the Terran Alliance. These great houses were either founded as neo-feudal states, or grew and matured into them. The state closest to the Taurian expanse, or at least the one which concerned them the most, was House Davion, the Federated Sons. Even if there were no communications between the two, and the Federated Sons did not yet even know of the Concordat's existence. The Federated Sons at this time was a ruthless expansionist power, pushing out in all directions, not through colonization, but through diplomacy and conquest. Decades of fighting border wars with several states in what would later become the Capellan Confederation had proved how dangerous they were, and created many of the refugees which had fled into the Concordat's arms. This era of fighting was meant to end with the signing of the Akala Pact, which was designed to settle disputes going forward. To the Davions, this was even seen as an opportunity for them to annex the Capellan hegemony and the surrounding regions like Tikhonov peacefully, but the intention was always expansion. In the wake of this non-aggression treaty, the Davions continued their relentless expansion, but mostly focusing on doing so through diplomacy, rather than following their prior path of 20 years of fighting along the Capellan front. This collapsed in 2357, with First Prince Reynard Davion, the third First Prince in the entire history of the Federated Sons, attacking the Sarna supremacy and occupying the world of Bel, followed by making even more brazen demands for more worlds from the other Inner Sphere power, violating the Akala and Almak Accords. The Capellan hegemony renounced them publicly in response, and their new Prime Minister, Seluk Tukas, also withdrew the Capellan ambassador from New Avalon. The ambassador, Bashir Tukas, was the brother of the Prime Minister, and never made it home. This accident resulted in a war, but one the Capellan hegemony would lose after several years of struggling against the superior power. Even as the other regional powers were brought in, namely Tikhonov and St. Ives, they simply lost more worlds to the Davions as well. In response to the crisis and their disunified efforts failing to repel the Davion aggressors, the four realms that had suffered at the hands of the Davions united into one new nation, the Capellan Confederation, in 2367. This was to be the Taurians' other large and troublesome neighbor. However, it was the occupation of Bel in 2355 by the Davions that changed the course of history, in that they had seized thousands of citizens for use as slave laborers. A passing Taurian explorer in the Tentavita system found the fate of these people, seeing them being brutally exploited by the Davions. The Sarna government never discovered this themselves, but the lead explorer, Tracy Pendleton, helped organize the slaves into a revolt against their Davion guards. This was the first direct contact between the Taurians and the Davions, and it sent shockwaves through the Concordat. What kind of state enslaved people and drove them from their homes to be used as labor in the middle of nowhere? There was no further proof needed for the Taurians. The Federated Sons were a vicious, inner sphere regime, bent on the destruction and submission of anyone who dared resist them. With the aid of the Belite survivors, using the shipyards put in place wisely by Protector Sandra Calderon, the Taurian Concordat began building their first proper warships, and began recruiting their first standing army. This was perhaps done just in time. In September of 2368, 8 years after the liberation of the Belites by the Taurian Concordat's explorers, Franco Liao became the Chancellor of the Capellan Confederation, seizing power and causing political turmoil within the fledgling Confederation, and this resulted in wars with all of their neighbors, but also a splintering of its military forces. Lord Tormasov's Galactic Rangers were one such example. A noble with an army on the run from the Capellan Confederation and Federated Sons, he landed on a world that was meant to be uninhabited, Pinard, looking to either set up an outpost for operations or to just pass by. What Tormasov found instead was a heavily armed Taurian military outpost. Under a banner of truce, he sought a meeting with the new mysterious defenders. The Taurians opted to meet with him, if only to find out more about the fledgling Capellans, and about inner-sphere military tactics and practices. It was Tormasov's mutual disdain of the Davions that helped keep the situation from immediately blowing up when he met with Richard Calderon. Unwilling to aid the rebelling Tikhonov commander, and unable to find enough common cause to ally with him, Richard Calderon demanded that his men lay down their arms until the Taurians could resolve the dilemma. Before negotiations could go further, though, fate had it that Capellan ships, in pursuit of Tormasov, arrived, led by one General Leblanc. The Rangers entered into a skirmish with the Capellans before diving out of the system, making a jump into Davion space, after capturing several Taurian vessels. This had severe and near immediate repercussions, especially as the Galactic Rangers were instantly confronted in these stolen vessels by the Federated Sons' defense flotillas around Cernurchka. General Leblanc, hot on the Rangers' tail, entered the system next, only to face a much more powerful Davion warship's guns. The Galactic Rangers' remnants fled, and the aggressor Capellan fleet under Leblanc was utterly smashed. The Davions' response to this situation was to immediately launch an attack on the planet of Robsart, a Taurian world, believing it was a secret Liao haven. This prompted a counterattack that was then launched from the Taurian side of the conflict with their own fleet. The Taurians, who I will remind you are void travelers almost by nature, acquitted themselves exceptionally against their Davion counterparts, outmaneuvering and overtaking the larger and more heavily armed Davion vessels in orbit over the planet, destroying 2 warships and capturing a third. It was an impressive tactical victory for the Concordat, but a costly strategic defeat. The Concordat had wished to be left alone. Up until this point, they hadn't even wanted the Federated Sons to know that they existed. The infamous Renaud Davion would not let the humiliation at the edge of his border stand, especially with the loss of several extremely important warships. At least, this was the thinking on Taurus, anyway. The Taurians had shown the Davions their horns. What was to come next was war, or at least a fraction of one. Fighting broke out sporadically across the Pleiades cluster between 2369 and 2371, causing Protector Richard Calderon to give himself emergency powers due to the military crisis. Nonetheless, instead of boiling over into a full-blown, massive military conflict, and while the fighting was not insignificant, the Federated Sons never escalated beyond this being a border skirmish. To the Taurians, however, this was a fight to the death. It just never really evolved into the ultimate fight for survival that the Concordat and its leadership thought it would. The Davion juggernaut had turned its full attention to the Capellan Confederation during the war, and viewed the Taurian Concordat as little more than incompetent brigands, living primitively out in the void, officially even describing the Concordat as an, quote, organized band of pirates, unquote. Renaud Davion died shortly after the brief war with the Concordat emerged. Though it is important to note that the Concordat, in the broad scope of history, was viewed much more significantly by Davion scholars. It is debatable whether the emergence of the Capellan state saved the Taurian Concordat or whether it was the other way around. What is certain, however, is that Reynard Davion found himself with too many opponents and failed to destroy either when he had the chance. When hostilities broke out with House Carita, the Federated Sons lost its opportunity to ever do so again. It remains one of the more tantalizing what-ifs of history to speculate on what might have happened if House Davion had seized the chance to eliminate either state when it still had the power to do so. From Federated Sons Military Policies Before the First Succession War by Professor Albert T. Jurgensen. High Spire Free Press, 2617. Richard Calderon retained his emergency powers until his death in 2387, believing with all of his heart that any day the vengeful Davion assault would land. It just never did.
In the Taurian War, as in so many others during the Age of War, diplomacy took a backseat to force as the best way to settle interstellar confrontations. In 2412, however, Chancellor Alicia Liao was so appalled by the massacre of civilians in the Tintaval system that she began a series of diplomatic initiatives to curtail the spiral of destruction. These negotiations led to the now famous Ares Conventions, which led to the stylization of war, as well as making it a legitimate means of settling disputes. It should be noted that the embittered leaders of the Taurian Concordat flatly refused to sign the Ares Conventions because of their hatred of the Capellans. From the Age of War by Aurelius Pakorski, Commonwealth Historical Press, 2841.
The 24th century was far from peaceful between the Taurian Concordat and its established, larger, more powerful neighbors. Even after the death of Richard Calderon and his replacement by his son, Daniel, and later his brief replacement by Regent Protector Sigur Fon, there was still warfare on the frontier of the once quiet realm. The Federated Sons had been launching raids against their supposed Pirate Kingdom neighbor, with little provocation beyond them existing on New Vandenberg. This continuously led to the Taurian Navy having to become involved in protecting the region. In an attempt to bolster the defense without having to constantly utilize vital naval assets, a series of permanent garrisons were put on watch on nearby worlds. The only problem was, apparently, these defenses and garrisoned forces offended the other large power the Taurians bordered, namely, the Capellan Confederation. Instead of allying with the obvious enemy of their enemy, the Chancellor, Liao Kurnath, opted to take the alternate option, assaulting the Taurians, claiming that their worlds were Capellan holdings in 2397. This culminated in various clashes for 20 years. Most of these exchanges happened in the darkness of space between their respective navies, and despite their strong tradition with void warfare within the Concordat, sadly, they would not be able to completely withstand the Capellan giant's wrath. Zanzibar, Korodiz, and Mendham were lost to the Confederation as of the end of the conflict. The fight itself had a tone of such cruelty, however, that it would have a lasting mark for decades, if not longer. Viciousness towards Taurian prisoners was the expectation when one was taken captive, and Taurian civilians were massacred in more than one incident. The last of the fighting against the Border pirates, as the Confederation also apparently now knew the Taurians, came to a close, officially, in 2422 under Chancellor Arden Baxter. Despite acquiring 3 worlds, it would seem the Confederation could not conceal the extent of their losses, even though they'd claimed victory. Their supposed just conquests were most definitely very hollow. Baxter then had the shocking audacity to try to softly annex all of the Confederation's periphery neighbors, by trying to pull them into a mock alliance after the savagery of this campaign. Realizing it was better to have less enemies and more subjects, the Capellans attempted to create an alliance between the Concordat, the Magistracy of Canopus, the Duchy of Endurian, and themselves, to be called the Thousand World Coalition. This didn't take place, but in the distant future, these political ambitions were reawakened seemingly, or at least echoes of this idea resonated in the 31st century. As of 2423, however, the Concordat used the overture to negotiate a neutrality pact. Their own suspicions were that the Capellans, in reality, wanted to fend off the Free Worlds League advances on their territory by appearing stronger, and this seems to be the case. The Concordat still did not participate in the Ares Convention, and has never become a signature of the idea. Despite this offer of neutrality, in 2452, Capellan defectors arrived in the Concordat, with battlemech designs no less, much to the displeasure of Cyan. And this opened the gate to the Concordat, beginning to examine these new breakthrough war machines. This did not garner a response from the Capellans, if only because they were in no position to enact any type of reprisal. Peace was, in and of itself, an enormous boon to the Taurians in the aftermath of the vicious conflict with the Confederation. Fighting did not return to their border, but trade began in great volumes with all of their neighbors, including the Federated Sons and Capellan Confederation. Not paying much attention, the Inner Sphere powers did not realize the effect this would have on the Concordat, always assuming them to be backwards. They were unaware of the true potential and strength of the Periphery realm to their border. Taurians were highly educated, highly motivated, industrious, and constantly seeking out new territories to explore and colonize. For the next 150 years, they would be left in relative peace. In that time, their numbers grew. Their army was reinforced with new technologies. Their industries modernized. Their fleet grew in strength. Technology and their understanding of doctrine accelerated as well. The Inner Sphere's arrogance, more than the Taurians' capabilities, wrote the next chapter for the Concordat, but it would be a violent one. In the early 26th century, a small flash of it appeared in the tragic marriage of Arania Calderon to Chancellor Liao Calvin. Instead of uniting the two realms in peace, she was executed by the Mad Chancellor. And this was the beginnings of Arania's war.
A great flame follows a little spark. From Paradiso, the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri.
In the vacuum caused by the collapse of the Terran Alliance, inevitably successors emerged to replace the imperial power that once dominated all of mankind. At first, these were all regional hegemons, such as the ambitious and ruthless Federated Sons, or the determined and brutal Capellan Confederation, and these are Inner Sphere powers the Taurians knew well. But there were others. The Draconis Combine, Free Worlds League, and Liao Commonwealth appeared amidst the regions outside of the Taurians' immediate abroad, becoming powerful empires in their own right. The birthplace of man, Terra, went through a revolution, going from the center of the defunct Terran Alliance to the new and robust Terran Hegemony, ruled by the powerful McKenna Cameron Dynasty. The Hegemony inherited the Alliance's most crucial and dangerous traits, namely its already developed economic potential, its strong culture and traditions, its powerful military forces, and its massive military science-industrial complex. Most leaping advancements in warfare came from here, including the lords of the battlefield, battlemechs. Despite its relatively small size, it was the true apex predator of human powers. Competition broke out in this inner realm of human civilization, and while it seemed as if it would go on forever, or that the Terrans may eventually be outpaced by their rivals, things would not stay on this course, because two great houses opted to cooperate. Houses Merrick and Cameron, the Free Worlds League and Terran Hegemony, eventually had a vision for a united inner sphere. Not one united through military power of one realm, but through cooperation between all six, harkening back in many ways, ironically, to the Terran alliance that so many celebrated the fall of. The Age of War came to an end with negotiations mostly headed by Captain General Albert Merrick and Director General Ian Cameron. Deals were made, planets changed hands. Functional bribes were offered. Threats were even leveled against more stubborn parties. After all, if you aren't with the new arrangement, you're against it, and that can't be tolerated. But eventually, amongst the once squabbling states, agreement, consensus was achieved. The Star League was born. We, the Lord's representative of the six inner realms of the human sphere, in the name of peace, free commerce, and our people, do hereby enter the covenant to be henceforth be known as the Star League. We pledge unto each other our lives, our good faith, and our sacred honor. Excerpts from the preamble to the Star League Accords, 2751. This new Star League was a spiritual feudal successor to the Terran Alliance in many ways. This meant that it also brought with it many of the attitudes that the failed alliance had, including asserting dominion and dominance over every human colony known. There could be no competition to this new union in the space of military, economic, social, or administration. Nothing could lay outside of their hands. Wherever a human tread, the Star League would preside over them. For those not within this new Grand Alliance, the situation had changed from the days of the prior Terran-run iteration of it, and the realities around this development were grim. The Periphery realms, in the Rimworld's Republic, Taurian Concordat, Magistracy of Canopus, and Outworld's Alliance, found themselves in an increasingly perilous diplomatic position. What is worse is the Inner Sphere's massive armies and military industries needed an excuse, an outlet for their products and services, just due to the nature of how these sectors had evolved over time, being thoroughly interwoven with the broad economies and societies of each great house. The states of the Periphery became targets. This would be where they would direct their militaries. This would be the grand threat used to unite mankind, not simply in agreement, but in blood and shared sacrifice. The propaganda started to a degree from the very moment the League manifested. The irony is not lost on history that the Star League was formed to impose peace. We've given 1 million men and women the knowledge to kill in new and exciting ways, then taken away their weapons and told them they can't practice what they've learned. From a letter by General Chandra Cameron to her husband, Lord Ian Cameron, October 2569. Each Periphery realm was despised or held in contempt for some reason, but the Taurian Concordat, it was held in a special place of spite. The Outwards Alliance was a backwater. The Magistracy of Canopus, they were a band of deserters and self-indulgent cowards. The Rimworld's Republic, squatters. But the Taurians, even if branded as a pirate kingdom by the Capellan Confederation and Federated Sons, they had evolved into something more. It was an old state, its roots being just as old as the Free Worlds Leagues. The Taurian Concordat was, and had been evolving into, a kind of power in the distance. While it was no great house yet, its potential, through its exploration of yet-to-be colonized stars, its advanced economy, and its sophisticated industrial base, one so sophisticated that it matched even the best that the Terran Hegemony had to offer as far as quality went, and with its heavily armed, meaningfully equipped, and well-trained military, gave it certainly the ability to become one. Were it given enough time, the Taurians would become a great house, and it'd never accept something like the Star League within its borders. This was the kind of state that the League was most paranoid of. Something that they could not control. Tensions were rising, and something was going to give. Some excuse would take place, and then all hell would break loose. First came the Santiago Massacre in the Outworlds Alliance, due to the direct and illegal intervention of the Star League, and its use of DCMS troops within the Alliance. Protests broke out after the tragedy across the Periphery, further stoking anti-Star League sentiments. Diplomacy across the Periphery towards the Inner Sphere began to break down in its entirety. And while this happened, something just as toxic stirred between the Federated Suns and the Taurian Concordat. A planetoid rich in mineral wealth, Fonatana was an airless moon orbiting the gas giant Diki in the Malgarata system. The system hung between the territories of House Davion and House Calderon, and it had been an area both powers had agreed to share in 2511, with the signing of the Umsal Accord. In a rare instance of trust between the Taurians and the Federated Suns, it was decided for mutual benefit that there were enough resources to share between the two, and neither side would agree to militarize the region. In February of 2573, a massive incident took place when 5 Taurian warships, which had been on maneuvers, steered into the system by mistake, causing panic amongst Davion miners on Fonatana. The fleet was unaware of just how massive of a blunder this was, or the scale of the diplomatic incident it would create. The Federated Suns, upon receiving a distress signal from their miners, dispatched 10 warships to the system in response. Finding the Taurians repairing and refitting after a supposed sneak attack, one which never took place, the Davions assaulted the Calderon's warships without communication, assuming a deliberate break in the Umsal Accords. A 3-hour firefight broke out between the two fleets, with 4 of the 5 Taurian vessels being disabled or destroyed, and only 1 cruiser limping out of the system back to Taurian lines. It was a debacle. For the Taurians, it was a grievous unintended error. For the Davions, it was a wild overreaction, and one that displayed peak incompetence and poor judgment on behalf of the officers involved with the attack. As successful as the battle was, it was a battle that didn't need to happen. It only took place because of an error in judgment. Of course, this became a sticking point diplomatically between the two powers immediately. Tensions spiked as the TDF and AFFS prepared for war along the border, but it did not emerge. Not yet. To handle the incident, Lord Alexander Davion appealed to the new First Lord of the Star League, Ian Cameron, to mediate the issue, though he had not divulged to anyone the catastrophic mistakes the Federated Suns had made in escalating the situation, either to the general public or to his fellow lords. Ian Cameron reached out to the Taurians to resolve the problem, who flatly rebuked the idea that they needed to send anyone to deal with the Star League, as it was strictly a matter between the Federated Suns and the Taurian Concordat. Why would the Hegemony need to weigh in? The Calderons would negotiate with the Davions directly. This never took place. In fact, Ian Cameron is reported to have said after the refusal,
"We have been compassionate and prudent long enough. I'll be damned if I'm going to pull any more punches."
The First Lord publicly blamed the Concordat for the entirety of the incident, and stated the Federated Sons had responded justifiably to an unwarranted military assault on civilian settlements. The full response from the Star League, though, was mixed and indecisive, with some lords siding with the Davions and others not, but they did all agree that things could not go on as they were. The Periphery was creating more and more problems by not submitting to their betters. Something had to be done. Realizing just how much of a blunder it had been not to participate with the Star League's lords, one of the last acts of Protector Katerina Calderon was offering to compensate the Federated Sons in late 2573. But it was just too little, too late, and a token gesture at best. The confrontation between the Inner Sphere and Periphery was unlikely to ever be avoided. But now, it was a certainty.
Never again can we afford to accept the honeyed words of the Periphery states, who reassure us that they mean no harm. Too much recent evidence speaks too loudly to the contrary. As long as mech warriors trained in the art of destruction and ships of the line eager to disrupt trade stand ready to pursue a policy of aggression, we can never remain safe in our beds. It may be that the present leaders of the polyglot Periphery worlds mean us no harm now, but what of the future? Can we dare to gamble the fate of our children in the vain attempt to preserve peace today? Is it not better to deal with the problem today, whatever the cost, than to inflict such a burden on those who come after? What shall be our legacy to our children? Peace and prosperity, or fear and death?
The Concordat Question. Article written by Helmuth T. Fetzenursen. The Aragonian Tribune. New Avalon, 2573.
The Star League's ruling council could not agree yet on military action, but what they could agree on was massive economic sanctions in March of 2574, imposing huge tariffs and restrictions on goods coming to and from the Periphery states. An economic siege had begun, figuratively encircling the Periphery as great walls were erected around them in an attempt to strangle their adversaries into submission, or to weaken them enough that they could be stormed. The House Lords had hoped that the sanctions would quickly bring the Periphery realms to their knees. When this failed, the army was the only option left. The Lords of the Great Houses, the Masters of the Star League, set a meeting on the world of Pollux in December of 2574. The Lords were still unable to reach a consensus entirely, but the Draconis Combine, Federated Sons, Terran Hegemony, and now the Lyran Commonwealth all wanted war with the Periphery. Houses Merrick and Liao, the Free Worlds League and Capellan Confederation, saw an imperial conflict of this nature as being ill-suited to the League at this time, viewing it as a destabilizing effort to their other plans. The compromise was to send one last chance to the Periphery for their compliance. The Star League's diplomatic initiatives failed, largely due to the League's inability to understand the nature of the Periphery peoples. The average Periphery citizen cared little for the benefits that Star League science and technology could bring him. The desire to increase personal wealth and the standard of living, goals prevalent in the League as a whole, were absent amongst their Periphery counterparts, having done without luxuries and the practical benefits of the sciences for so long. Few were willing to join a society that their ancestors had fought and died to be quit of. From A Question of Experience by Judith Moran, High Sky Publishers, 2931.
My lords and ladies, we stand poised on the verge of a great era, a time of realized potential, of peace, security, and freedom for every man and woman. We have taken great strides towards these goals that are unprecedented in human history by setting aside our regional, parochial differences and forging a union vaster and stronger than any previously devised. In the course of this mighty achievement, we have struck down many barriers to harmony and understanding. One barrier that remains is the isolationism of certain areas that refuse to join in with this union, and thereby jeopardize everything for which it stands. There is no good reason for the intransigence of people who will not recognize the greater good of laying down their independence for the sake of joining our league. There is no good reason for people to insist on resisting the superior wisdom of those who have come before them into the fold. Nor is there reason for them to continue to seek their own lonely course, far from the centers of culture and civilization. This course of action is temporary. This course of action is provincial. Furthermore, in consideration of the common goals we share, we must set aside our differences and pool our resources for the common good, once and for all. The Star League stands for a unified humanity. As First Lord of the Star League, it is my solemn responsibility to protect the welfare of that humanity wherever it may be found, be it on Cyan or Santiago, New Vandenberg or New Avalon, Andurian or Apollo, Castor or Canopus. Through me, the Star League assumes the awesome task of safeguarding the welfare of humanity. It is a responsibility from which the League will never shrink, a responsibility it shall never lay down. The dark days of barbarism are over. We will not let them return again. The only way to ensure equal protection for all, the only way to safeguard the liberties of each individual, is for every human being to accept the benefits we offer freely and openly. So long as a solitary individual of the most distant planet in the Periphery remains uneducated, impoverished, or disadvantaged, all are equally stricken. This situation is not now, nor shall it ever be, acceptable. We intend to see that the majority is not denied the benefits of culture and progress at the hands of a minority of radical isolationists. We intend to extend our benevolent protection into every corner of human-occupied space, whatever the cost, until every man, woman, and child prospers and flourishes. Let no one stand in the way of human progress. The time for reunification has come, but some have made the grievous error of failing to heed the call. Instead, they chant, jeer, and jump about claiming independence as if they were somehow beyond the grasp of their mother world. It is truly sad, but it seems that the cost of a united humanity will be paid in blood. To the poor people of the Periphery who live under the thumb of isolationists, my message is as follows. Take heart. The true light of humanity will soon come your way, and away the darkness that has shackled your lives for so long. To the isolationist governments of the Periphery, message is as follows. As you have shown by your uncivilized refusal to negotiate in good faith for better relations between us, I no longer restrain those of us who believe punishment is in order. The purpose of the Star League is peace. The ideal of the Star League is peace. The Star League is eternally committed to the principles of peace. If the recalcitrant leaders of the Periphery force our hand and require us to go to war, the war will be total. No prisoners will be taken. No holds will be barred. If the Star League is forced to fight for peace, it will be a fight to the death.
At the request of the independent states of the Periphery, I formally reply to your demand that we submit to the Star League, or else suffer the consequences. My reply is simply this. Rest up, conserve your strength, and kiss your children goodbye, because we have no intention of surrendering our sovereignty to a pack of politicians who think they are important because they huddle around Terra. Real men and women live free and independent of any feeble ideas about the birthplace of humanity and other high-sounding drivel. Real men and women do not need Terra, and if necessary, we are willing to give our lives to prove it. Grendel Roberts, Ambassador, from the independent states of the Periphery to Lordian Cameron, March 1st, 2575.
As I see it, you have two choices. You can join the Star League, or you can join the Star League. Either way, you'll join. Whether you join as a full partner, sharing in the benefits of the League's wealth, or as beaten and bloody slaves forever in chains, is a decision totally your own. Duke Gregory Webson, Star League Emissary to the Taurian Concordat, 2575. From the moment the Pollux Proclamation was issued, Protector Mitchell Calderon had prepared his country for war. What was to come was nothing short of an apocalypse. The Taurian Concordat was far and away the strongest and most technologically advanced Periphery realm, with its military-industrial complex, in terms of quality, almost matching its adversaries on a one-to-one basis in terms of war materials like battle mechs, tanks, small arms, dropships, jump ships, and often even warships. The other Periphery states could only hope to resist, and to force their attackers to pay a high price for victory. But they had few prospects of doing much beyond this. But a glimmer of a chance to persist long enough to see something beyond a less humiliating capitulation existed for the Taurian state. The prosperity of its subjects, the freedom of the state and by extension its people, and the opportunity to grow into something far more significant than a Periphery realm was all on the line. No one in the Concordat or its government took what was coming lightly. For centuries they believed the Inner Sphere would come for them, and now that grim reality was on the horizon. A fierce debate broke out between Mitchell Calderon and his military advisors and staff as to just what to do with the time they had left to prepare. Few states, outside of the Concordat itself, fully understood just how powerful the Periphery realm had become. It spent an enormous totality of resources over the prior 2 centuries, expanding not only its military capacity, but its military power, rivaling even some of the great houses in this respect. In fact, had House Davion alone invaded the Concordat at this point in history, they'd have faced a humiliating defeat. The Concordat fundamentally needed to buy time to realize its small opening for victory, time to train, arm, and equip more forces, time to further entrench themselves, making it even harder to be assaulted, and more importantly, time to hope that they could inflict such damage on the new SLDF and Great House forces that inevitably a torn victory through negotiation could be achieved. When it came to ground forces in 2575, the Taurian Defense Forces was a vast military set to defend the nation. There were multiple tiers of quality, though, amongst these forces. Regular and garrison troops made up the backbone of the army. These were traditionally equipped with armored fighting vehicles. They were deployed in defensive positions across vital worlds, as well as inhabited colonies as a whole, and depended on decades, if not centuries, of fixed fortifications to augment their fighting strength. They were equipped by the TDF proper, using the impressive war industries of the Concordat to keep them in the fight. Backing these up further were the Taurian volunteer formations, which consisted of an equal number of TDF veterans and militia volunteers, who are often armed with locally sourced materials, resulting in varying degrees of combat effectiveness for these formations. During the war, large numbers of volunteer units were raised and reinforced, but the quality of training and equipment suffered due to the ongoing drain of resources and attrition. The most impressive forces of the TDF, however, were their 6 dedicated corps of mobile defense units. This was the primary striking power of the army, and it allowed them to either rapidly redeploy to reinforce critical areas, or to make dedicated offensive moves against their inner sphere opposition. This was where the overwhelming majority of their battlemech forces resided. A total of 33 battlemech regiments existed for the Concordat prior to the fighting, and almost all of them were inside of the mobile core units. Though unquestionably impressive for this era of warfare, the Taurian ground forces were not where the Concordat's real strength lay. It was their navy that was truly powerful, as it supported an enormous 127 full warships. And this said nothing of its vast fleet of jump ships, drop ships, and fleets of aerospace fighter assets as well, smartly built by these seasoned void dwellers. While not always the heaviest ships, their weaponry was used effectively, and their positioning was almost always superb. Only the Star League Defense Forces and Terran Hegemony had a larger number of ships. This was the glue that held the Taurian defense together, and it was the primary source of its protection and its offense. In order to survive what was coming, in order to bolster their ground forces, and to create the only win conditions they could hope to achieve, it was decided by the Protector and his advisors after many debates to have the TDF land a telling blow on the SLDF's assembly areas near its borders. And this could only be delivered by the Navy. This was the only arm of the military that could match their collective adversaries in anything like parity in the local region, and it was necessary to strike first and hard before reinforcements, both naval and ground forces in character, were called upon to storm the home region of House Calderon. This was of vital national interest, and 2 men played key roles in what came next. The responsibility of the overall defense of the Taurian Concordat fell to the Protector of the Realm, the previously mentioned Mitchell Calderon. Mitchell had grown up in a world dominated by hatred of the inner sphere and paranoia around it. It was also traditional for children of the Protector to take up roles within the government as soon as they came of age, and Mitchell took to this quite naturally. Interestingly, he is the 2nd child of Protector Katerina Calderon, who passed away due to a series of strokes just prior to the conflict. His older brother, it seemed, left any ambitions for the Protectorship behind, if only because he had no aptitude or desire for it. This sibling became a botanist instead. Prior to becoming the head of state, Mitchell used his position within the government to transform the internal services into a much more effective intelligence apparatus. Everything fell into his hands, just as the Pollux Proclamation was declared. With his emergency powers in place, it was Mitchell who issued the edict that all Taurian citizens serve 4 years in the military, something that has been retained from that moment forward. It was Mitchell who inevitably chose the course the nation would take, and chose for the early strike. A micromanager by nature and a man desperate to save his people, and the autonomy of the state, Mitchell's role in the war, for good or for ill, can't be overstated. One Marshal David Santos, Chief Astrogator, and the one in command of the Taurian 5th Fleet, as well as the one responsible for protecting the Taurians' Davion border from incursions, had been submitting plans in the event of a confrontation with the Federated Sons. Santos had acquitted himself very well over his 15-year career within the TDF's Navy, and had been a graduate of the New Vandenberg Naval Academy. He demonstrated a rare ability to be able to chart and navigate difficult jumps. One of the plans he had put forward ended up in the TDF's headquarters on Taurus, and became the bedrock for what would become Case Amber. David Santos' plan involved striking out at the gathering forces on the Taurian border, with the primary goal of inflicting such losses on the enemy, in the case of House Davion, that it would dissuade any further incursion into their territory, or perhaps even capability of making incursions into their territory. Well aware that the Davions were closely watching their fleet movements, the Taurians deliberately receded the majority of their warships from the border, creating an obvious flaw in their defense line to exploit. This was the bait for the trap. During this deception, the TIS, or Taurian Intelligence Services, created the illusion of a mustering point for an invasion force in the Caldwell system. The Federated Sons determined that the mustering point in the Caldwell system was a ruse. Any Taurian invasion of the Federated Sons would have been doomed to catastrophic failure at the time, just due to the assembly of forces nearby. The problem for the armed forces of the Federated Sons was, they took all the wrong lessons from this. Military analysts within the AFFS believed that this entire ruse of the mustering point on Caldwell was being done to mask the weaknesses of the Taurian Concordat, trying to dissuade attack, rather than trying to encourage it. Upon learning of this, First Prince Alexander Davion ordered his forces to immediately exploit the weakness in the lines, which now began the conflict known as the Reunification War, a war which Alexander hoped would end in a single, crushing victory over the Concordat. AFFS Admiral Sarah Vincent was charged with taking Task 4 to victory, with this specific armada being composed of over half of House Davion's warships. The operation was of crucial importance, and represented the best chance for the Federated Sons to have a quick and favorable resolution. There would also most certainly be glory in their conquest. When this force arrived in September of 2577 in the Tentavita system, they overwhelmed the meager defenses in system, diverting the attack next to Pierce in early October. Once more, the system defenses were overwhelmed in quick order. Things were too quiet, though, and even the Davions seemed to realize this, and they now began debating whether to assault the suspected false mustering point of Caldwell during October or not. Admiral Vincent, though, was bleakly informed of an assault directly inside Davion space, and more critically, she did not possess all of the details of the catastrophe unfolding. Marshal Santos led his fleet to Panpor, a known Davion military staging area. His Taurian armada, made up just like the Davions of a huge percentage of the Navy, encountered Davion Task Force 2.7, which was comprised of 12 warships, but also a series of troop transports, light escorts, and jump ships. What unfolded was nothing short of a complete disaster for the Federated Sons. 9 Davion warships were destroyed, along with 18 dropships, and the 3 remaining warships were captured by the TDF. In addition to that, 3 jump ships and 8 dropships filled with war supplies were also acquired. In response, Santos had only lost 1 warship and a handful of dropships, making his victory overwhelming, as he had more ships by the end of the fight than before it, whereas the Davion task force had been annihilated. Santos did not linger though, only waiting to recharge before departing to his next objective. After studying his would-be adversaries for so long, Marshal Santos knew the reaction to come. Admiral Vincent returned to the Tentavita system and split her assets, trying to cover the primary jump points, while they examined their next moves. What she didn't know is that there were decoys and assets hidden in system. A single monitor vessel began broadcasting fake signatures, making it appear that a warship squadron was hiding around the system's 5th planet. This drew Vincent to engage the fleet, while her deputy was left with less ships, securing the nadir point. She did what you should never do when you're about to be attacked. She divided her fleet, splitting the Davion ships into 4 groups now. 24 hours after Vincent burned towards the monitor, Santos jumped 3 squadrons of warships to the zenith point, They overwhelmed the Davion ships they came to ambush brutally. The Taurians destroyed 6 of the 10 warships they met, and captured all remaining vessels. Vincent's forces having been split, she now faced a terrible circumstance, as she was outnumbered 2 to 1. With little other choice, she attempted to battle her way through the numerically superior Concordat fleet. The battle lasted for an hour, with all but 4 warships in her flotilla being destroyed or captured. Her own warship, the FSS Lucian Davion, was destroyed, with all hands lost. Vice Admiral Brimmen Davis Peckold, now the man in charge of this disaster, found even on this other side of the solar system, the vessels that he had left to guard his own rear had also been overwhelmed, as Santos had recharged his vessels and jumped across the system, overtaking another quarter of the Davion fleet. Peckold and the last quarter of the Davion fleet charged the Taurians, knowing their only path to escape lay through them, fighting with the determination of doomed men, destroying 2 Taurian vessels for a loss of 5 of their own. 3 of the 4 surviving ships managed to get to the minimum point to make a jump, escaping with their lives. This was, by all accounts, the worst defeat in House Davion's military history, perhaps rivaled only by the Palmyra disaster of the Dark Age. 28 Davion warships were destroyed or scuttled, and 11 more were captured or otherwise recovered by the Taurian Navy. Dozens of combat dropships and hundreds of fighters were destroyed, and the bulk of the Davion fleet's tenders had been captured. Between Panpor and Tenativa, 3/4 of House Davion's war fleet had been crippled, captured, or destroyed. Alexander Davion and his military reputation was left in tatters, as the Taurian Concordat raised their flag over the most significant military victory in its history, before or since. These naval victories achieved by the TDF did all that they were intended to do materially. The Davion corps stationed and mustered to participate in the attack on the Concordat were hopelessly neutralized as a meaningful threat to the realm. This was the high watermark for the Concordat, because sadly, their victory, no matter how spectacular, and being one which saw them openly win battles against the Federated Suns, had emboldened Ian Cameron and his Star League. While Alexander Davion looked the fool, and the AFFS looked completely incapable, it caused a groundwell of support for the First Lord, who now had to deal with the Periphery threat with his new SLDF, since the Federated Suns had failed so spectacularly to do so. With the massive support he now enjoyed, and justification for war, as propaganda had been lying, stating that the Taurians had struck the first blow, Ian Cameron was free to prosecute a war with limitless public support, and the endless material support of the Star League. Nationalistic pride, striking a fevered pitch, swept through the Concordat in parallel to the League in the wake of their glorious victory. Recruitment exploded as they prepared themselves for what was to come. The excitement from this victory energized the citizenry throughout the war, always giving them hope that they could achieve great things, impossible things. And they did. But against their enemies, only so much could be done. In 2578, war was officially declared by the Star League Council. The war needed to be swift, to break the will of the other Periphery participants. If the Concordat, the mightiest of the Periphery realms, fell, then the others would most assuredly fall in line, suspending the Ares Convention for their forces, as per an edict of Lord Ian Cameron. The tone of the war was clearly indicated from the start. The general who wins a battle makes many calculations in his temple before the battle is fought. The general who loses a battle makes but a few calculations beforehand. Thus do many calculations lead to victory, and few calculations to defeat. How much more no calculations at all? It is by this attention to the point that I can foresee who is likely to win or lose. Sun Tzu, The Art of War.
To better understand how the Taurians fight, we must first establish a few basic concepts. Warfare between established nations can be understood as a separation of generations of warfare. While some will consider this an outdated concept in military affairs, I feel it applies for the purposes of this discussion. First-generation warfare is characterized by tactics of line and column. It is the ancient mass of close order formations and is largely shaped by the technological and communication capabilities of its day. The concept then was to maximize firepower through rigid drill and training of utterly disposable forces, and then to focus your attritionable assets on the enemy's front in order to achieve victory. The second generation of warfare is still linear, but incorporates a heavier reliance on indirect fire as the progression of technology allows. As well, the second generation of warfare fully incorporates the industrialization of a nation. Thus, masses of manpower are replaced in turn by massed firepower. Third generation warfare is the established use of nonlinear tactics by focusing on maneuver and precise firepower instead of pure attrition. The idea is to bypass, surround, and then collapse enemy forces through combined arms doctrine and mobile warfare capabilities. Defense in third-generation warfare is the classic concept of defense in depth, which is the preparation of land and utilization of forces to delay the enemy until they are exhausted and then counterattack as appropriate. Some call third-generation warfare shock and awe, or blitzkrieg, or combined arms mobile warfare operations. Whatever you choose to call it, it is the mainstay of most industrialized nations. It is the projection of power made possible by industrialized civilizations, backed by all the weapons and knowledge they possess. The Taurians, however, have embraced fourth-generational warfare. When you must defend yourself against a nation which possesses greater manpower, equipment, technology, and power projection, you must embrace deeply asymmetric strategies in order to balance the outcome. You must use irregular forces. You must bypass traditional military targeting rules of engagement and operational objectives in order to deliver psychological or cultural damage upon an opponent. You must abandon all conventions of civilized conflict, broaden your target scope, and erode the enemy's capabilities of waging war from the home front to the battlefront. Unconventional warfare may be seen as dirty, but it is supremely effective. Against Hobbesian leviathans such as the SLDF, the Taurians embraced area denial anti-access asymmetrical strategies and went to work. As a non-signatory of the Ares Conventions, nothing is off the table in their playbook. And by God, they use it all. The Taurians don't shy away from committing terrorism, both conventional and nuclear, or using civilian populations as shields. In space, they deliberately target jump ships regardless of conventions against such. Their aerospace assets are more than capable and willing to commit kamikaze attacks in order to cripple or destroy much larger targets. On the ground, they favor insurrection movements utilizing the most brutal and long-established guerrilla warfare tactics and strategy. Their defense doctrines fully embrace chemical warfare, mass poisoning, and the targeted assassination of political, military, and civil leaders. When they must give ground, they use a scorched earth defense, which means ensuring that any conqueror inherits nothing but ash. The overall objective of these strategies is not necessarily to ensure a Taurian victory, for winning under these limited circumstances is never a given. Instead, the Taurian way is to make war as unpalatable as possible for anyone who dares to fight them. And should they lose, they will make the price far more than the land is worth. In the business, we call this counter value, and it is sinister enough as an effective concept that it causes a cold sweat whenever mentioned.
I was eventually picked up by a Taurian cruiser. 23 years later, most of them spent in a Taurian hard labor camp, I was finally exchanged back to the Federated Sons. I'm an old man now, whose memories have been failing recently. I forget the good things and remember the bad. And when I remember floating in that survivor capsule, it's as though it had all happened yesterday. From Recollections of the Reunification War, edited by Baroness Bethel Dryson, Starleague Military Press, 2809. Four of the Starleague's corps were unleashed upon the Concordat, led by one Charles Manstein Wexworth. They marched for the Hyades cluster with the intention of bulldozing the forces that had so badly humiliated the Starleague's opening actions. The fighting was brutal, partially because the Starleague was taking few prisoners, and also in part due to the fighting spirit of the defenders. Wexworth wanted to strangle the Concordat by tightening a noose around the Hyades until he choked the regime on Taurus to death, and he was willing to do whatever it took. Even if he didn't immediately lower himself and his forces to using strategic weaponry to make that happen. After all, these were just periphery forces, so this was going to be a short war. Ridgebrook, Cooterville, Malgarata, Kuzmad, Armington, Rentham, and a few others were the first worlds in their way, and each one devolved into an absolute bloody mess. The defenders fought with fanaticism, taking a heavy toll on the attackers as they ran into heavily fortified, pre-planned positions. Even pacifying these worlds took excruciating months of intense conflict, and they also had vicious insurgencies afterwards. The SLDF continued its hungry advance into the Concordat despite being hit with the bull while they struck out at it. But things were going much slower than originally planned even by this point. The AFFS and SLDF did a joint move to secure Tentativa and several surrounding worlds, with the AFFS clearly having to take part to try to fix some of its damaged reputation, and to avenge its defeat during Case Amber. Still, even with this taking place, they were not making anywhere near the time necessary to quickly win the war, as the battles across many of these outpost worlds of the Concordat raged, often with unexpectedly high losses, logistical problems, or continuous resistance. By 2579, the League had become disappointed in the progress being made so far. No decisive victories had yet been acquired. The worlds they'd taken were tokens at best. Victory did not even seem to be in sight. General Wexworth received word from Terra and the Council: show significant progress in the war against the Concordat or be replaced. Repositioning and changing the entire orientation of the attack, the SLDF was repositioned to strike at a vital economic region of the Concordat, the Pleiades Cluster. An extraordinarily violent front opened in 2580 as Wexworth attempted to keep his job. The first vicious naval battle saw 13 Taurian warships destroyed for a loss of 15 Starleague warships, and further saw 3 heavily populated industrious planets invaded by several corps of the SLDF. Before the end of the year, Merope, Maya, and Electra had all fallen, though at a cost of 60% of the soldiers the Starleague had sent in. Without even seemingly taking a moment to care, they simply called for replacement troops and equipment. The Starleague juggernaut could not be exhausted or stopped, only delayed. The atrocities that took place during the campaign only accelerated too, as civilians were caught frequently in the crossfire. The major industrial world of Lothair fell to the 1st and 4th Corps of the Starleague next, but once more it took an entire year to pacify. By the fourth year of the war, in 2581, a third of the Taurians' industry and economy was now under the thumb of the Camerons. A dozen worlds had fallen. Still, much to the disbelief of the Star League, the TDF and local people showed no sign that their resistance was ending. Robsart was one of the decisive battles the Star League had been looking for, and was a turning point in the war. This saw the TDF finally lose meaningfully, in ways that it could not easily recover from. Taurian Marshal Gisela Cardenas intended on meeting the Star League fleet near Robsart 7, and as both sides eyed one another, even preliminarily, it became obvious this was going to be a major battle. The Taurians used their numbers and maneuvering to force the SLDF and their more heavily armed ships to pay a heavy price. Both sides bled, but Star League reinforcements entered the system, and the engagement became a rout. The TDF, even after being reinforced, after days of battle in system, by April 4th, was forced to retreat, having lost 2/3 of their forces. SLDF Admiral Janissa Franklin, having won, but having paid a terrible price, in a vengeful fury, orbitally bombarded Robsart, setting the world aflame before their ground forces even landed. This was her message to the Taurians for the heavy losses her fleet had sustained. This made the ground campaign ironically even more brutal, however, as the angry and desolated peoples of the world resisted in their entirety. Still, Robsart, despite being officially pacified by August 30th, 2581, resisted occupation for decades following this victory. And this was still, though, a massive strategic win for the League, as the TDF Navy never fully recovered. This defeat created a desperate situation for the Taurians, who themselves, after the orbital bombardments had taken place, opted to begin resisting with more than just a furious population, as nuclear weaponry and biological assets were brought to the table. They can be seen employed in examples such as Brucette, where the Taurians abandoned their cities and poisoned their Star League attackers, killing 3/4 of the 4th Corps that had been involved in the attack. On Werfer, nuclear and chemical attacks ran wild, killing just as many or more Taurians than they did SLDF soldiers, turning it into a brutal scorched earth campaign for both sides. More worlds fell in 2583 in horrifyingly bloody campaigns. The war had gone so poorly for the SLDF, and had now dragged on for 5 years, that Wexworth was finally relieved of command by General Althemia Kincaid in January of 2582. With her came a wave of replacements and new forces as well. The Star League's campaign had not stopped. The war would continue until their victory was achieved, but she would not rush, despite Terra's urging. Other worlds fell in their advance before the Concordat tried its next efforts. The outlook for the realm was increasingly bleak. No matter how much they forced the spheroids to bleed, it didn't dissuade any further advances. And worse, Kincaid proved to be a much more capable leader than Wexworth, further accelerating the decline of the Taurians. Protector Mitchell Calderon knew that Kincaid had to be removed, and thus, Case Black was conceived. The remnants of the Taurian Navy, now repaired and refit within the Hyades cluster, aimed at helping achieve this goal. They were sent out of the Hyades, leaving only a skeleton fleet to guard their most prized worlds. Ambushing Star League intelligence gathering missions was their goal, especially given the secrecy of what was to come. These raids by the Taurians quickly evolved into a campaign destroying SLDF supplies and harassing their fleets. When the SLDF responded, a game of cat and mouse took place, but one where the SLDF could never bring the experienced Taurians to battle. All while lone ships were picked off. The massing of this Taurian fleet and the raids all seemed to be geared towards something, but the Star League just didn't know what. In order to achieve any kind of military successes, the Taurians knew that the SLDF's leadership needed to be hindered and removed, locally. Assassins, a commando team sent with a FedSun transponder code to slip past enemy lines, arrived on Feargrove. Having broken the SLDF's encoding, they knew that Kincaid was there to inspect a local base. Setting up position and firing a specialized prototype particle beam at the general, they mortally wounded her, before they were killed in response. But the mission was achieved. The Star League's chain of command cracked as various commanders tried to take charge, and were unwilling to step aside for one another. This gave the Taurians the breathing room they desperately needed as the front's operations ground to a halt. Much of the commanders involved with this were relieved of duty during this debacle, before one General Amos Furlow was put in command. He had been pulled from the Outworld's front to assume control of the trash fire of what had been the Taurian sector. He sacked every commander he could across the chain of command, replacing them with his people, or people with a proven track record. His ruthlessness wasn't only towards his own soldiers, however, as he pressed on the campaign. Amos deliberately upped the savagery of the soldiers and the campaign. Orbital bombardments accelerated, as fleets were ordered to fire on planets that did not surrender within 30 days of being blockaded. The war became one of annihilation towards the Taurian peoples, as the SLDF lashed out over their unwillingness to surrender. A TDF counterattack on Diefenbaker ended with mixed results, with some of the best Taurian units failing a daring counterstrike against the League, but they had left deep wounds in their SLDF opponents, reducing the Third Corps to ruin. Both sides claimed victory, and it was a moral victory for the Taurians, and even inspired the broader Periphery nations as well. It was a shot in the arm to continue their resistance. Though just as you'd imagine, the war still dragged on, and by 2586, it had become an even worse bloodbath. The orbital bombardments hadn't stopped resistance, even as the SLDF blasted everything of value across multiple worlds. They were often still forced to fight entrenched opponents and insurgents across whole planets. The morale of the SLDF began plummeting, even with Furlow's efforts to seize the energy needed for victory. Every world was turning into a quagmire, even some of the planets that had already been taken. The fighting became so dour, so horrible, and so brutal that the SLDF units even began experiencing mass desertions, impacting their already troublesome ability to replenish their soldiers. The most vicious and psychopathic amongst the SLDF were elevated on purpose by Furlow, and the wary were now arrested and tried. Things would only get worse. Essential infrastructure was scuttled and more worlds fell, all while the fighting became even more intense. The Battle of McLeod's Landing was particularly harrowing, where the jewel of the Taurian Concordat was turned into a mass grave filled with rubble for the people that remained on the planet. It took so long to secure, and such was the carnage, that even the SLDF did not celebrate their victory there. Soon, everywhere outside of the Hyades seemingly was falling, or was in the process of falling to the SLDF, even with the grim and determined resistance offered by the defenders. Mitchell Calderon needed a victory, anywhere, and asked Marshal David Santos, who he had relieved earlier in the war due to not reinforcing the lost Battle of Robsart, to deliver it. Santos took the mission he was given, to escort some of the last meaningful strike formations into Davion-held territories, to grasp hold of a victory to reignite resistance. The only problem was, such was the coverage of the Hyades cluster by the SLDF's recon ships now, his fleet's movements were easily tracked. A major League fleet, led by Admiral Yukiko Pikuano, intercepted Santos and the Montour system. Santos attempted to hide from the larger, more powerful fleet, hoping for time to recharge his ship's jump capacity. But it didn't work. Santos fought well, using planets, asteroids, and moons as much as possible to break contact with the enemy, trying to buy more precious time. Marshal David Santos and his crew perished aboard the TCS Samantha Calderon, along with the ground forces they were escorting, the 8th Provisional Corps. The Taurian Navy, its last meaningful remnants, were broken. The defeat was so severe that it took the final toll on the Protector, who suffered a massive heart attack and died within a week of being informed of the calamity. Succeeded by his daughter Marantha, the misery of the responsibility for the dire state of the nation now fell to her. The Outworlds Alliance had been defeated in the same period of time, and the Magistracy had been broken, freeing up even more forces to finish the Concordat. Ian Cameron, when touring the front, promoted the Butcher Furlough to the rank of Field Marshal of the Star League in 2587. The direction was clear. New Vandenberg, the second most important planet in the Taurian Concordat, fell next in a horrifying display of cruelty, with 50 to 100 million civilians being killed. Finally, after lashing out at the AFFS's Davion guards, who he relied on due to his rivalry with another general, and sending a furious message to the First Lord of the Star League demanding their arrest, making a complete mockery of himself and his station, Amos Furlough, the Butcher of the Periphery, was sacked unceremoniously in January of 2590. Not that it did any good for the billions of victims he left behind, either dead, dying, or suffering. It was General Lord Damian Onaga who arrived to finish the now dying Taurian state. Hyades would be penetrated next. A complex arrangement of stars, planets, debris fields, and an assortment of other factors made it a natural fortress against enemy attacks, as even jumping into the cluster was at best difficult. Instead of dealing with that directly, Onaga opted to focus his efforts on the Taurus system. The fights for the asteroid fields around the solar system was horrifying, as the Taurian defenders turned their home system into a multi-layered fortress. It took an entire year to pierce the outer layer of the defenses. Another 2 years of intense fighting followed in space. Nuclear weapons were unleashed on staging grounds, soldiers suffered from severe muscle depletion. The nightmare of fighting in the void was unending, with the Taurians inflicting over 50% casualties on their foes. But as always, it was just stalling the inevitable. The Taurian Concordat was finished, once the Star League defense forces broke through the final rings in space. Marantha Calderon called upon her Privy Council for what they should do, in order to spare Taurus, the last prize of the Concordat, and the Hyades cluster as a whole, from a bloody and terrible fate. One where their last industries would be destroyed, and their people would be massacred, on September 22nd, 2596. She surrendered. Marantha died the next morning. Almost 19 years of constant war was at an end. Now began the Periphery's long humiliation, and its long subjugation.
In the final analysis, I was ashamed to have served the Star League that way. We were told that this was for peace. Yet we waged war on people whose own intentions towards us had been entirely peaceful. In the pursuit of peace, we fired on unarmed civilians. In the pursuit of peace, we ran over people practicing passive resistance. I was loyal to the Star League only because I believe in its ideals. And when they were betrayed by our leaders, I myself felt personally betrayed. An interview with Commodore Nelson Sprintow, former liaison officer for Davion Star League Troop Coordination, New Avalon Morning Herald, October 15th, 2594.
For what use is conquered territory, unless it functions well enough for its inhabitants to pay taxes and tributes to their new overlords? No one wants to rule a wasteland. There's no money in it. So of course the Star League and its inner sphere corporate honchos are pouring their wealth into revitalizing our worlds. But not for us. They're feathering their own nests. That action they take to enrich themselves also helps us out a bit. That comes with the territory.
From Bullhorn, a popular EMB on Taurus, 12th of December, 2599.
The now conquered Periphery realms were mostly in shambles, and the Taurian Concordat most of all. It's almost difficult to put into scope, but centuries of work had been reversed, on top of the abhorrent atrocities enacted against the people of the Concordat. Occupying this territory, as far as the SLDF was concerned, was going to be a perpetual mess. They'd done such damage to the people they'd intended to conquer that they could never be accepted as direct governors of the territories. Even installing the Star League's own people would prove beyond difficult, and thus another option was pursued. With Marantha's death and with the defeat of the Taurian state, there was a succession crisis of sorts on Taurus as well. It was decided by the occupiers that the best option was to find someone willing to play ball from House Calderon. Ideally, this would help ease tensions with the people they now attempted to occupy. None of Marantha's children were willing to be puppets of the Star League, nor had any other members of House Calderon, at least at first. But as time went on, eventually Marantha's nephew Henry, grandson of Mitchell Calderon, agreed to the distasteful job. He was immediately viewed as a collaborator with the oppressors by almost the entirety of the population of the defeated people. Protector Henry proved with time, however, to be a ruler his people needed, knowing when to compromise, and when to stand for his nation's interests. The two key events that turned the public's disdain into appreciation were first, his handling of the SLDF, where he convinced the First Lord Ian Cameron to withdraw SLDF garrison troops for fear of them causing more stability problems than their presence thwarted in 2605, and later during a Star League High Council dispute in 2613. Notably, it was a dispute that did not directly involve the Taurian Concordat. The Lyrans and Terrans were at odds over tariffs that had been imposed on one another, and Henry Calderon attempted to intervene, offering an equitable solution. The First Lord, annoyed at his Periphery puppet stepping out of place, tried to reprimand him. However, Henry fired back, unwilling to simply be cowed by the Lord of the Star League. "You fought to force my people to be represented here. You will not keep my voice from representing them." When his people discovered just how Henry acted, and recognized his capability as an administrator, they accepted him. The First Lord, realizing his puppet had cut his strings, even thought to remove him, but recognized that it was too late to install someone else. Henry had cemented himself as the Lord of the Taurian Concordat, and had placed his nation's interests first when representing them in the League. It was under Henry that there was a major reform to the leadership of the Concordat as well, allowing the Protector to select their chosen heir. This was because the Concordat's ruling family had splintered into many branches directly descended from Mitchell Calderon, and with the line being oddly disrupted due to Marantha's death, and her direct heirs not taking the throne when it was offered by the League, it meant there were multiple competing potential claimants for the family's throne. Henry asked the people of the Concordat to vote on if succession laws could be clarified, once again allowing for the Protector to openly select their successor. The people voted, trusting in the man who had helped them rebuild their lives. He was given his chance to make the reforms. When it came to choosing his successor, his nephew's daughter Consuelo was selected, despite her only being 4 years old at the time. And he chose his cousin Carlos, Marantha's grandson, to act as regent. Time passes for anyone, and Henry did indeed die, which led to Consuelo the Fair, Calderon, to rise to claim the title of Protector in full in 2650, at the age of 25. Henry had been right to place Carlos in charge as regent, as for several years prior to Consuelo taking the throne, he had honorably acted as her guardian, and was left to act as her honorary council lord at the Star League Council, having been left with the complete authority to act on behalf of the Concordat in her absence. The new Protector proved herself to be more than able as an administrator, which was how she earned her title, the Fair, as it certainly didn't describe her black hair. The post-Reunification War rebuilding process had created a positive environment for Consuelo to reside in as well. By 2660, however, her former regent Carlos had died, and as a consequence she took up the reins of her office at the Star League's council. She excelled and even became the Second Lord or Vice President from 2663 through to 2667. Also, while First Lord Ian Cameron was ill, she presided over a session of the council, and is the only Periphery representative to ever do so. Until, of course, Stefan Maris, a century later. But for some reason history doesn't like to remember him very well. Second Lord Consolo Calderon of the Taurian Concordat was truly one of the best and brightest protectors to govern her nation, and her worth was seen far past her just sitting in Taurus, acting as the Star League's rubber stamp. Her time as ruler, however, was tragically cut short, as at the age of only 46, the young Calderon died as a result of heart disease, which had either been poorly treated or undetected up until that point. Ironically, her passing in 2671 indirectly led to one of the greatest reforms in Taurian history, and one which remains a point of pride for them even until this day. Reginald Calderon rose to the status of Protector, another member of the house directly descending from Arantha Calderon. While much of his reign was hardly noteworthy beyond his great contribution, it's also worth noting that the Taurian people appreciated his rule greatly, and that First Lord Ian Cameron viewed him with a deep dislike, clearly meaning Reginald was a man of character at the very least, on some level. But what was his great work, you may ask? What was his great gift to the Taurian people for which he was remembered so fondly? It was simply the Education Reform Act of 2678. This law saw the Taurian Concordat, which already had a very high level of literacy and an exceptional number of highly educated people, become the most literate populace in human space. The act came as a follow-up to Michael Cameron's sweeping education reform program. The program claimed to offer free university for those who met the criteria for it. However, often those who returned from the program claimed it was little more than political indoctrination, looking to create people who were loyal to the Camerons and to the League, rather than attempting to educate them and uplift them. These reforms by the new Protector more or less bypassed locally any need of the Star League's education process, and further doubled down on the already successful science-industrial complex of the Concordat, one which had been somewhat spared by the survival of Taurus in the Reunification War. His last 9 years in office weren't particularly noteworthy, though he did write a self-aggrandizing autobiography filled with, at best, half-truths about his rule over the Concordat, including openly contradicting accounts of events that were thoroughly documented by multiple other parties. It is believed that Reginald wrote the account for what he wished to be true, rather than for what was actually the case. He left office officially in 2687. Tragically, his successor and his daughter, Gentara Calderon, a woman of near endless potential and immense talent, so much so that her short rule even was considered exceptional, became Protector. But she was poisoned in 2689. Though she survived the attempt on her life, the slow-acting agent of poison reached her brain, degrading her mental capacity at a snail's pace. But it did do so all the same. Her rule ended after only 5 years in 2694, when she was forced from power by her Privy Council and replaced by her brother, Brandon Calderon, who ruled the Concordat in a very by-the-numbers way. Protector Brandon Calderon ruled for 31 years before his retirement, with his final years seeing him act almost only as a front for his son Hampton, until Hampton's untimely death by a deranged 12-year-old cousin who had somehow been provided a laser pistol. With his death, Nicoletta Calderon ascended to the throne. Few knew then that she would be one of the most consequential figures of the 28th century.
He who is the real tyrant, whatever men may think, is the real slave, and is obliged to practice the greatest adulation and servility, and to be the flatterer of the vilest of mankind. He has desires which he is utterly unable to satisfy, and he has more wants than anyone, and is truly poor, if you know how to inspect the whole soul of him. All of his life long, he is beset with fear and is full of convulsions and distractions, even as the state which he resembles, and surely the resemblance holds. Socrates, Plato's Republic, Book 9.
The 28th century is a turning point in human civilization, not only from the perspective of the people who lived through it, but also through the lens of everyone who came after it. The Star League had persisted through many crises since its founding, but they were almost always outside of the core of the Terran hegemony in some way. Houses fought amongst one another, but the Camerons at the center of the spider's web, lurking from their lair on Terra, always retained final authority and control over the happenings around them. But despite this, there is always the rot of corruption, waiting to degrade and destroy what has been built. No empire lasts forever, and the people of the Inner Sphere and Periphery discovered that dramatically in this era. The Camerons themselves became increasingly unstable during the final years of the Star League. To understand the Taurian position in all this, we need to understand the leaders of the League in this time.
My greatest nightmare is that of Terra dying in explosion and flames. No hope exists amid the rubble, only the step of hulking mechs, the smell of smoke and death, and the wail of orphaned children. A letter by Jonathan Cameron to his wife.
First Lord Jonathan Cameron had become a paranoid madman in private, and spent obscene amounts of money on defense, believing that an apocalyptic threat was aimed towards Terra and the Cameron Dynasty. After turbulent events and conflicts between the Draconis Combine and Federated Sons, as well as the First Lord realizing he was losing his mind, things became incredibly strained. Until the arrival of Simon Cameron as First Lord, who attempted to pull back against the decline and decay of the Empire. And the Star League, in some respects, was in a golden age, but had created deep divisions between multiple House Lords, who now no longer trusted it. Without the involvement of every House Lord, the League could not stand, even with the prosperity and military power it had put on display. Worse, in the beginning of the 28th century, the House Lords forced through the signing of a new act, namely Council Directive 41, allowing for the mass exploitation of periphery resources by Inner Sphere corporations, with little to no protection for the people of the Periphery. Waves of exploitative businesses began pillaging the region. Sadly, this new law came from every house except House Cameron, which had been coerced into supporting the law, but the people of the Periphery were furious with the ones they held responsible, namely, the family of the First Lords. It was a weight which Jonathan Cameron and Simon Cameron would wear around their necks going forward. Simon himself, upon becoming First Lord, recognized that the Periphery's support for the Star League had deteriorated beyond redemption or recovery. Worse, he could do little to remedy it either, as the other House Lords themselves were divided, with few of them holding any true loyalty to the system any longer, after the disaster of the Davion War of Succession and the Free Worlds League Civil War. Simon believed the Periphery was preparing for a conflict. And he was certainly correct, as intelligence displayed that every high-quality weapons facility in the Periphery had been turning out battle mechs, tanks, and other war-making materials before vanishing into sales to unknown buyers. Simon Cameron, however, died, unfortunately, in either a planned assassination or through a severe industrial accident. He was succeeded by his secluded and young son, Richard. Richard, unfortunately, would be manipulated by one President Stefan Ameris of the Rimworld's Republic, who would twist him into a vile creature, who would be regarded as one of the most selfish and delusional leaders in the history of the Inner Sphere. The Star League Council, without consulting the regent Alexander Kerensky, passed punitive new taxes on the Periphery to fund their own house armies. It was once again a total disaster. This was the world that Protector Nicoletta Calderon stepped into and had to navigate her way through. Nicoletta was considered a giant amongst her peers, fighting back against the edicts and structures leveraged against the Periphery from the moment she assumed office. Even at a young age, with good counsel, she tried to defend her realm from the mass exploitation now beginning from the Star League. Forging stronger bonds with the magistracy of Canopus, she created an alliance that she'd hoped to wield against their oppressors politically and economically. She also tried to take advantage of any mistakes the Davions or Capellans made in foreign policies, trying to assert Taurian authority, or trying to claw back what power she could. She was one of the few seeing the increasingly divisive behavior in the Inner Sphere for what it truly was. Much of her ruling agenda was to prepare the Concordat for the world after the Star League. Not everyone observed the writing on the wall in the same way, but history proved her correct. She prepared her people like no other state during this era. But President Stefan Amaris wasn't just manipulating First Lord Richard Cameron, because, in October of 2754, Isleen Malvina, Privy Councillor to the Taurian Protector, met with the President of the Rimworld's Republic.
I don't have much time, Lord Stefan. May we skip the preamble and get to business? I have always admired that about Taurians. Your ability to cut swiftly to the heart of a matter. Truly, the Council Lords of the Inner Sphere could learn much of honest statecraft from your example. You have 5 minutes to say something worth hearing. Mechs. What? Battle mechs. Several battalions worth. Regiments even. I can help you get them, and give you the means to keep them hidden, along with those you'll train to pilot them. A secret mech force, to be held in reserve until needed for your defense against the SLDF. Because you know, of course, that the Star League will never let us go without a fight. Have I reached my 5-minute limit, Counselor? Or shall I continue? Lord Amaris, you just bought yourself the rest of my day. What mechs? Where? What tonnage and weaponry? And how in the blazes do we keep Kerensky from finding out about them? May I assume that I have the Protector Calderon's ear? And only hers, along with what few trusted military authorities she deems necessary. We want no leaks of our plan.
The SLDF and Star League intelligence seemingly never fully understood where the weaponry being built in the Periphery was all going, but history does. The Amarises were the ones stockpiling it, even before Simon Cameron's death. It only accelerated afterwards. Amaris at this stage began offering this horde, this massed stockpile of mechs, to his would-be allies in the Periphery, in order to build their armies into something useful to him. He had a plan that he shared with the other Periphery rulers, including Nicoletta's representative Malvina. The Shark informed them that he would try to influence Richard Cameron into giving the Periphery realms their independence, and if he refused, then the Periphery could use these stockpiled armies to take their sovereignty back by force. With the certainty of Amaris' own self-interest, as he was never fully trusted, and with the arms he offered them as collateral, especially given that they were sourced from the Rimworld's Republic, the other Periphery lords had no real reason not to trust him. Unfortunately, everyone underestimated just how ambitious Stefan Amaris was. Wargame exercises, namely Operation Pervasive Force, calmed things down in the Periphery for a few years, as the Goliath that was the SLDF displayed its might and its authority with very obvious threatening maneuvers towards the most distant powers from Terra within the League, informing the member states that they would be punished if they became unruly or disobedient. First Lord Richard Cameron, who was now of age, desperately wanted to rein in his peers, the House Lords, who had massively expanded their armies to such a point that collectively they might have rivaled or even overshadowed his own. When he failed, pitifully, to order the houses to disarm with Edict 156, Richard Cameron became detached and furious. He needed to reassert his dominance over the wayward lords who were his underlings in his eyes, who had just rejected his orders. And to do so, he needed more revenue for the SLDF, to expand it to even greater heights in order to wrestle more power away from the other lords. Levying a tax against the houses themselves, however, was just not going to work. The Periphery, though, was weak, and incapable of really resisting such attacks now, wasn't it? At least, Richard thought as much. The Tax Edict of 2763 was the final straw for the Periphery as a whole. The entirety of the region broke out into protest and tax delinquency. The Director General, the First Lord, displaying his pettiness, arrogance, and stupidity, ordered the SLDF to invade the Periphery, barring the Rimworld's Republic, which had claimed that they would submit to paying the new taxes, despite in essence not. A new organization, the Taurian Freedom Army, was at the forefront of the skirmishes that had begun, even prior to the full rebellion. Nicoletta Calderon and Stephanomeres engineered the uprising against the League, with surrogate organizations. New Vandenberg and 17 other Taurian planets succeeded from the Star League, while the Taurian Concordat itself, and its capital Taurus, remained a member of the League. In 2765, things finally cooked off, after General Kerensky failed to achieve a negotiated solution during a tense standoff on New Vandenberg while his forces dug in across the Periphery. Even while he spent time negotiating, the rebels grew in strength. This created a conundrum for the Council, who were unsure how to approach it. These worlds had broken away. However, the Concordat itself was still a member of the League. Nicoletta, when addressing the League over the issue, simply informed them that it was an internal Taurian issue, and that their involvement was not required. Predictably, the Protector then proceeded to do absolutely nothing about the supposed renegade region, and instead began moving her secret forces into position to fight back against the inevitable SLDF intervention, which she now did everything she could to stall. Every hour, day, or week she could buy would make the difference. Confronted by Richard Cameron in person in their final meeting, he demanded she resolve the issue if it was indeed a Taurian internal problem. The Protector's response was simply to say that the TDF would not be used against Taurian citizens, seeing the clear undertones of the commentary. When the rebellion began, even withdrawing the tax could no longer stop it. The Periphery states were done with being run over by the great houses of the Inner Sphere. They'd be free of the tyranny that had been imposed on them for almost 2 centuries. When fighting broke out in the Freedom War, as it was being dubbed, much to the shock of almost everyone, the first people to attack the SLDF garrisons were mostly civilians, driven into an anti-Star League frenzy. The better trained militias and armed groups initially held back, allowing these poorly trained non-soldiers to be slaughtered by the Star League in massive numbers. A month after this initial bloodletting, major forces of battlemechs swept into the SLDF garrisons. 50 divisions of battlemechs from the Concordat, Outworld's Alliance, and Magistracy of Canopus crashed into the initial units that hadn't joined the Periphery during the initial uprising like a tsunami. The last decade of buildup and secret training was about to pay off for those who had plotted for this day to come. Even in places where the SLDF was strong, these new Periphery forces had been trained in the same asymmetrical tactics of their ancestors, never letting the superior firepower of the Star League come to bear. Communication and transportation centers became the main focus of their assaults, too. further breaking down unit and army cohesion amongst SLDF forces. Even in space, fireships were used once more, which resulted in the destruction of the SLS Nebraska and SLS Cairo, a Starleague battleship and battlecruiser, respectively. Kerensky's SLDF was now embroiled in a desperate clash as more forces were pulled from all over the Inner Sphere to contain the blaze as the rebellion spread. The garrisons and other forces that had been brought into the Concordat died, or retreated into their forts, hoping for rescue to come, and they were given an ultimatum: surrender or die. Those few that surrendered lived. Those that did not found themselves destroyed in nuclear fire. Of Kerensky's regional forces, 50 divisions were cut off during the uprising across the region. 18 regiments and 13 full divisions were completely annihilated as the war began. By the end of 2765, of the original 98 divisions Kerensky had deployed across the Periphery, half were entirely lost, or so badly mauled that they were forced to disband. Knowing the lords of the League would never permit the Periphery to leave, and knowing he needed more forces to subdue the now rebelling states, Kerensky retreated the remnants of his army back into the Inner Sphere as the rest of the SLDF mustered for an offensive to end the catastrophe that had unfolded.
The fires burned for 2 days, and the smoke hung over the ruins for weeks. The mechs that survived the night's fighting moved off to fight elsewhere. We don't listen to the news anymore. No matter who wins, the Sombob we love is gone. Excerpt from The Face of War, Interviews and Anecdotes, New Vandenberg Press, 2766.
The conflict raged across the Concordat as Kerensky's reinforcements arrived, striking out at the supposed separatist worlds. In 2767, New Vandenberg had become the focal point of the entire war. It was as if it was a retelling of the Reunification wars of long ago, with brutal battles taking place, with high losses on both sides. With New Vandenberg subdued, it was assumed, likely in vain, that the Concordat would submit afterwards, despite all evidence to the contrary, and if that happened, the other Periphery realms would fall into line. It was a hope to end the madness. Only now, in January, many of the Concordat's best forces and divisions had begun husbanding their troops, reserving them for something. The Concordat knew, of course, that their ally from the Rimworld's Republic was planning something, and had kept themselves more reserved as they awaited the hammer blow to land. The Ameris coup was launched. The annihilation of the Cameron family unfolded rapidly afterwards, all save some of the smaller branches that managed to survive by not being in the now former Terran Hegemony, which had been renamed to the Ameris Empire. The only branch of the Cameron family to hold meaningful political power in the aftermath would be House Cameron Jones, which ruled the Regulan Fiefs, a duchy of the Free Worlds League. Alexander Kerensky was forced to declare a ceasefire with every Periphery nation, save the Rimworld's Republic. Nicoletta Calderon hadn't expected Ameris to declare himself Emperor and First Lord, or to seize the hegemony for himself, especially given he'd fed the other Periphery realms to the SLDF while he waited for his moment to strike. But this betrayal hardly mattered. The Taurian Concordat was free. The sacrifice of so many once more, this time, had paid off. The SLDF was defeated, and the long occupation, one that lasted almost 200 years, was finally over. By the end of the Ameris Civil War, the Starleague itself was no more. The writing was on the wall as well that the Inner Sphere was about to collapse into another, far more devastating conflict. One built on bitterness, power, and old grudges. But the most important thing Nicoletta Calderon did in her life was not rebel against the Starleague and free her people. It was to appoint one last official within the now defunct Starleague. As everything came apart in 2780, as the League was being defunded and dissected as the House Lords prepared to find out who was going to be the next true ruler of the now dead Star League. On her way out the door, she proposed that Jerome Blake run the communications division of the Star League. Her arguments were straightforward. The appointment would preserve the interstellar infrastructure that allowed for the flow of trade and information across the stars. And even the other lords of the functionally dead Star League saw it and agreed. The one last thing to come out of the Star League, the last branch of its government, persisted, at least until the Dark Age. And that was Comstar, the Blessed Order. And this only happened because of House Calderon and the Taurian Concordat. The odd thing about national pride is that even if all sides of a dispute acknowledge that a property is not worth fighting over, the people attacked must defend themselves. If they do not, others will believe they may take anything from these people with impunity. In any event, the worthiness of a piece of property has never stopped fools from fighting over it. And Simon Calderon was a fool. From Condemned to Repeat, A Holistic Approach to History, by Professor Adelaide Gronsky. Firestar Press. Kerberos. 3019. The First Succession War was, in a word, a nightmare. Not just for the poor peoples of the now crumbling and burning Inner Sphere, but for everyone else as well, in the case of the citizenry of the Periphery, and by extension the Taurian Concordat. The collapse of the Star League had a series of very severe and damaging knock-on effects. The Periphery during the late Star League was not the Periphery of the Reunification War. Despite what people there may have felt, they'd largely integrated with the Star League's economic system, and created a number of very real dependencies. While in the past it was a place of rugged frontier folk who were all self-reliant, the Periphery of the late 28th century and of the early 29th century was a place filled with people who were very much reliant on trade with the Inner Sphere for many products, services, and technologies required to run the complex societies, infrastructure, and industries in the region. This is all to say, the economy fell off a cliff after the collapse of the Star League. Lifestyles in the Concordat changed. Fast. However, the people did recover, slowly but surely restoring their self-reliance, and the functionality of their communities, even if this process was painful, or had them facing just lower quality lives. Life in the Periphery got harder, outside of the taxes of course. But it was a frontier again, a wild west in many places. This not only had an impact on the people, it had an impact on industries. Factories that may have produced high-quality Star League technologies and products were dependent on the Inner Sphere for materials, and thus either slowly converted to low-quality materials that could be sourced locally in order to continue operating, or were forced into closure. Though this process would take time, the Concordat and Periphery's technology base followed the same path as the Inner Spheres, if not worse. And all of this said nothing of the emergence of frequent piracy, which was fed by ex-military units from within the Inner Sphere deciding to go into business for themselves. This only, too, further added stress and strain on the taxed Concordat. Smaller and less successful breakaway regions from the League, like independent worlds, became prey for these privateers. Only major powers like House Calderon managed to wholly keep things together. But this didn't unfortunately shield the lion's share of the Periphery from something that can be catastrophic, regardless of the state. Namely, it wasn't protected from gross negligence, pride, and incompetence on behalf of its leadership. Nicoletta Calderon had been a wise leader, who accepted good counsel, and who saw her nation finally break free from the chains of Terran imperialism with the collapse of the Star League. She was cunning, brave, and positioned the Concordat to survive the events that she helped push into motion, all while surviving the wrath of the SLDF during the height of the Terrans' response. She then displayed her wisdom and understanding of the needs of her people in the post-Star League era, keeping them from the nightmare that was the warfare now emerging across the Inner Sphere. But she was succeeded by her son, Simon Calderon, who by all accounts was everything his mother was not, and only for the worse. Short-sighted, wasteful, and truly stupid, Simon Calderon was the worst of his house on display, increasing tensions with the Canopians over a series of worlds which had been placed between the two states, and whose status had been determined by the League that had just vanished. Instead of continuing the productive, positive trade relationship with the Canopians, and the alliance of mutual benefit that had helped the two states see off the Terrans and their surrogates, Simon opted to declare war on the magistracy of Canopus, and moved to seize supposedly disputed worlds between the two. The single biggest reason for the conflict was simple. With the succession war raging across the Inner Sphere, and with House Davion, the still main enemy of the Concordat, distracted, Simon was delusional enough to believe that a land grab against his theoretically weaker neighbor would be possible. But there were a series of things he'd not taken into account. One of those things being that offensive operations are very difficult, and require a thorough understanding of logistics to support them. And another one was that they also require capable tactical and strategic leadership. Apparently, all of these things were in short supply for the would-be war winner. The invasions of Rockwellowan and Detroit were ill-conceived from the start. The Taurians, when they entered the Rockwellowan system, for example, did nothing to mask the presence of their military ambitions. The enemy spotted them, and then went into red alert of an invasion immediately. The Canopians had meaningful defenses there as well, and with this undeclared assault on the planet, prepared to deal with the invaders. Almost all of the Taurian dropships were shot out of the sky before even making contact with the enemy, and any that made planetfall, save for one company that surrendered, were cut down by prepared defenders. It was a complete debacle for the TDF. General Natal Chodhuri, in fact, said of her own performance before she was sacked, "It was not a total loss. It can always be used as a bad example." In response, the Canopians assaulted Portan and Spencer, where a much more capable local leadership repulsed the Canopian efforts to raid these worlds. On Spencer, for instance, the Canopian landing forces tried to take over the capital city's spaceport and other major industrial centers. They were led into a trap. The TDF under Brigadier Hendris Mohandam had evacuated local civilians, and had stockpiled resources to hold out while the system waited for reinforcements. They exchanged blows with the Canopians, and held on just as planned until the Canopians realized they'd been bogged down and were being counter-assaulted by new Taurian forces. They surrendered in ignominy, the same way the Taurians had on Rockwellowan. The story is much the same on Portan, where the Taurians led the Canopians into fights that favored them, and terrain conditions that they knew all too well, to overwhelm the attackers, forcing them into either retreat or surrender. Both sides, after disastrous campaigns, met with one another in 2814 and signed a new treaty, one identical to what the Star League had put in place across the disputed regions, and ratified it. And so ended one of the most pointless wars in the Periphery's history, and one of the most major ones between Periphery powers. Going forward, Taurus and Canopus would have other disputes, and even border skirmishes, but diplomacy solved most of them throughout the Succession Wars. This was also the last major conflict the Periphery powers fought during the Succession Wars, unless of course you count a small incident around a derelict warship.
Though liberty is established by law, we must be vigilant, for liberty to enslave us is always present under that very liberty. Our Constitution speaks of the general welfare of the people. Under that phrase, all sorts of excesses can be employed by lusting tyrants to make us bondsmen. Marcus Tullius Cicero.
While the Concordat learned of the tactics and strategies of their Davion and Capellan neighbors during the Second Succession War, and even into much of the Third, little beyond border skirmishes impacted the Taurians during this time. There were of course still pirates to put down, and other issues that appeared, but none shook the state to its foundations, save for one vital issue in the 29th century. This was a problem with such scope that it would remain with the Taurians for at least a century to come. It was an issue of law and order, and the rights of the average citizen. Ignatius Calderon was protector of the Taurian Concordat from 2842 through to 2884, and is considered to be one of the greatest rulers of any periphery realm in his age. The reason for this has much more to do with his values, and how he held to them more than anything else. Whereas other leaders, even in free states, would misuse and abuse the laws to their own advantages, Ignatius did the opposite. He is not remembered for great campaigns against the enemies of the Concordat on the battlefield, but is instead remembered for his crusade for the people of his realm, within his realm. The Periphery has a tendency to attract a certain kind of person, and even itself can generate many of them, due to the ability to perhaps operate outside of the regular rules that people follow, i.e., the law. By the middle of the 29th century, crime and fraud had begun to run rampant over the society at large, even getting to the point where it was disrupting the everyday lives and businesses of the people of the Concordat. Politics around the issue quickly gained traction, with the loyal oppositionist party siding with the concerns of the common, law-abiding citizens who wanted to see the lawlessness come to an end. For those reasons, they proposed to the Taurian state that the Constitution's protections be suspended for personal liberties. Why? Because the solution to the crime wave was to give police immense authority, as well as to presume the guilt of anyone who was arrested, unless they could pay the court costs for a trial to prove their own innocence. Of course, protecting the wealthier individuals within the Concordat. The censorship of any publication critical of the government would also be a part of these reforms. The crime situation was so severe that many felt this was the only way to resolve it, despite the Taurians' long history of civil liberties being mostly respected. In fact, on worlds across the Concordat, this idea and the people championing it won enormous support with this platform. Libertarians in the Concordat saw a future where they would be living in an overt police state, and they took serious action against the oppositionists. Riots, tipping over political vehicles, as well as throwing garbage and human feces at their political leaders in public all took place. The worst, however, was libertarian bombings of multiple oppositionist offices. This was added to the list of things that the oppositionists wanted to see severely punished, and began to promote the idea of loyalty tests for all citizens, and especially for the libertarians. While the average citizen viewed much of this as tyrannical, and thus, as people fought against the oppositionists so violently, it only encouraged a greater percentage of the overall population to vote for those who wanted to bring these harsh measures in. Ignatius watched his nation as it went through these throes of political turmoil, as people and movements demanded action, severe action, that would undermine the state. And while his advisors panicked, he kept calm during this crisis. The Protector opted to address the nation in a speech that has not been forgotten by history, and shows him for the kind of person he was. In his piece, he stated that the government of the Concordat could not govern effectively unless people retained the very liberties that the oppositionists wanted to suspend. More than that, he explained that without a free press, the Protector himself, but also his successors, would never know the true will of the people on any issues of state they decided on, and could therefore never know if they sided with or against their own people. Worse, without people being presumed innocent, the courts could never know the true innocence or guilt of anyone who passed through their chambers. Innocent people would be falsely convicted in order to keep them safe? The irony of the question was not lost on him, and was not forgotten in his speech. He concluded his address by vowing to prosecute all acts of violence within the realm, including political violence, though he promised as the Lord of the Realm to not abrogate any of the citizens' enshrined constitutional rights. This one moment put an end to the oppositionist movement. It also propelled his popularity to such heights that it never stirred again. Though not every protector would be so honorable or so charitable with the power of the throne.
These then in fact are the three aims to which the wishes of tyrants are directed. For all the measures taken by tyrants one might class under these principles. Some are designed to prevent mutual confidence among the subjects, others to curtail their power, and others to make them humble-spirited. Such then is the nature of one method by which security is obtained by tyrannies. The other tries to operate in a manner almost the opposite of the devices mentioned. And it can be ascertained from considering the downfall of royal governments. For just as one mode of destroying royalty is to make its government more tyrannical, so a mode of securing tyranny is to make one more regal, protecting one thing only, its power. In order that the ruler may govern not only with the consent of the subjects, but even without it. For if he gives up this, he also gives up his position as tyrant. Aristotle.
As we emerge into the living era of Battletech, the beginning of when history truly starts to move forwards, I wanted to give everyone some perspective. One thing I think the Taurian Concordat and its long, almost 1,000-year history can teach us is that states can change over time, or they can even be lost. But they respond to the world around them, and they respond to the needs of the people within them. Sometimes sacred ideas are reinforced, and other times they are sacrificed. The Taurian Concordat is a little different than its house counterparts in this respect, as they too change with the currents of history and the demands of the day. A new dawn had begun in the outer reaches of human space in the 29th and 30th centuries with the arrival of a new ideology and the people motivated by it. This political movement was called the Far-Lookers, and while they existed across the surviving Periphery realms, they were centered most in the Taurian Concordat. These Far-Lookers, seeing the future of mankind not in where it'd been, but in where it could go, focused their efforts on exploration and finding new frontiers, just as their ancestors had. With their influence within the Concordat growing, and with the Taurian state attempting to expand without conflict with its neighbors, it was a match made in heaven. New worlds were settled across their near abroad, and exploration vessels dove into the expanse beyond humanity's limited realm. Many of these small settlements didn't have the necessary technologies, people, or support to persist, but some did. Few, if any, of these worlds appear on most star maps, but there is indeed a network of these sparse outposts, sometimes with only a few thousand people living on them, spread out across the darkness of space near the Concordat. Many don't even appear on star charts. By the turn of the 31st century, to some of the more keen-eyed people in Comstar, the Taurians had been building themselves up into the potential next great house. The Concordat had consistent population growth, both through their own citizenry naturally expanding, but also through consistent waves of newcomers from the inner sphere. Sometimes people were running from something in their personal lives, or they just wanted to start somewhere fresh and new, and these became a consistent influx into the relatively stable, secure, and prosperous Concordat. More importantly, the Taurians of this age, and ages prior, showed their willingness to accept refugees at face value, even if problems became associated with it from time to time. These newcomers found their way into the established worlds of the Concordat, or they joined the ranks of the Farlookers, bounding out to the web of undisclosed colonies along the border. Despite how hard living could be in the Periphery, even in the Taurian state, for much of its history they never turned away people fleeing from the inner sphere, not purely for shallow reasons like population growth, or for insights into events or new technologies from the inner sphere, but because that was where the Taurians themselves came from. Under Xarantha Calderon, who incentivized the Farlookers and colonist projects through tax incentives and subsidies, this began to boom. When factoring in the culture of people seeking new lives even further from the dangers of the inner sphere, and following in the spirit of finding new challenges, this really could create a true superpower over the course of another century or two, as the Concordat's population and borders grew, and this would result in something new and powerful coming into being. This, however, was tragically not to be their destiny. Thomas Calderon was declared protector in 3017, after the death of his mother Xarantha Calderon, and this was truthfully the beginnings of a disaster. Thomas was not the patient, long-term planner that his mother was, and he was far more militant in his stances towards everything. His first major challenge involved the rising of a power between the Taurian Concordat, the magistracy of Canopus, and the Capellan Confederation, known as the Aurigan Coalition. The Aurigans had restored some prosperity to the independent worlds upon its emergence and expansion over the 30th century. Unrecognized by most major powers, this small collection of worlds were abandoned leftovers from the Concordat and Capellan Confederation dating back to the days of the Star League, or even into the Age of War. Now united into their own state, they added stability to this fragile region, allowing for growth and some measure of prosperity to emerge. The problem was, while the Concordat had long ago abandoned its garrisons and recalled its governors from this once contested region of space, most of it was still officially claimed by the Taurian Concordat as their worlds. Many of these planets even bordered with the Concordat's more established outposts, so their security concerns and claims, despite not being pressed for decades, did have some air of validity about them. During the time that the coalition had evolved out of a trade pact in the area, and while it was in this significantly less developed form, the Taurians did not pay attention to the region. However, now with the Aurigans formed into a proper state, and with new worlds joining them, and with the aggressive Thomas Calderon at the head of the Concordat, things were on a course for a potentially disastrous outcome. To head off issues on the horizon, Taurian diplomats met with coalition representatives on Cormadir, the Aurigan capital, though, dismally, negotiations derailed and devolved rapidly, ending up worse than nowhere. In fact, this meeting was such a disaster on the Aurigan side that it caused a massive fissure in their own government. Fate would have it, however, that Tamati Arano, the High Lord of the Reach, would be killed in a tragic jumpship incident, largely due to a failing and ill-maintained KF drive. Before his daughter, Camilla, could fully ascend to replace him, Lord Santiago Espinosa opted to use his support base to overthrow the government and establish the Aurigan Directorate. Camilla, his niece, was assumed killed in the coup. This new junta, quietly, had a great deal to do with Taurus, and it made sense. The clear intention was for the Directorate to orbit the Taurians' interests. Unfortunately, the fog of war appears to have had consequences taking shape in the form of a series of major miscalculations on behalf of the conspirators, such as Camilla surviving the coup and returning to restore the Reach's coalition. Covertly at first, the Taurians provided weapon shipments to the Directorate against the uprising, until the death of Captain Samuel Ostigard II and the destruction of his Union dropship, one which had feigned being a civilian vessel. This was used as justification for the Concordat to directly enter the war, and it was decided that Commodore Samuel Ostigard, the father of the slain captain, and his fortress-class dropship, the Iberia, would be used as the spearhead of the expedition, along with a full battalion of heavily armed battle mechs. They tore through the Aurigan Reach, annihilating Camilla's forces and even wiping out historic noble ruling houses across the region. After the destruction of the Iberia and the death of Ostigard, whose demise helped cause a mini ice age over Cormadir due to the destruction of his dropship, and with parts of the Taurian government's prior involvement being exposed, the Concordat abandoned the Directorate to their fate by the end of 3022. This was the first major local diplomatic event that Thomas Calderon oversaw. The pattern was set. On the home front of his reign, outside of the disastrous destabilization and eventual destruction of the Aurigan state due to his meddling, Thomas Calderon, in fear of an impending Davion invasion at the onset of the Fourth Succession War, ended all tax benefits to colonists and colonization organizations that had been working across the Taurian frontier, in order to increase the military budget. This was nothing short of robbing the future of the prosperity of the Taurian state in order to fund military expenditures at that moment. And things only became progressively worse from here. While this did have broad support at home at first, many were still weary that things could drag on for far too long. Those voices would be proven right. After the conclusion of the Fourth Succession War, with the Federated Commonwealth winning conclusively over the Capellan Accord, the military spending and paranoia by the Protector was not alleviated. The military was kept on high alert as Thomas Calderon was convinced that the Davions would pour over the border if they saw a moment of weakness, especially after how they dispatched the Capellan Confederation with such ease. Huge funds were spent on aerospace fighters as that wing of the military had atrophied after the breakup of the Star League. And this was done with the aid of contractors and advisors from the Outworlds Alliance, their former comrades in the resistance to the Star League from another portion of the Periphery. But as the years went on and no invasion came, the Taurian citizenry, who at first by and large supported these policies, became increasingly resentful of their taxes being funneled into the never-ending well of the war machine, as well as towards foreign advisors. Even piracy ceased being properly handled, ironically, despite the increase in military spending, as the Taurians were forbidden from pursuing them outside of their own borders, as Thomas Calderon felt if any meaningful portion of the TDF left Taurian space, it could spell disaster, as the Federated Commonwealth may jump on that weakness. And things only became worse from here. Edward Calderon, the heir and eldest son to Thomas Calderon, as well as one of his most trusted advisors, died in a tragic dropship accident in 3034. Considered a fair-minded and dutiful man, the Concordat mourned the protector that they'd never have, especially those who wanted to open trade with the Federated Commonwealth, as Edward had been a quiet proponent of this, hoping to see real change when he came into office. Janice Calderon, only a teenager upon her brother's death, became the next heir apparent, and toured the Protectorate after assuming the role officially, doing her best to understand her people's needs. Her personality, vitality, and sober acceptance of responsibility earned her a great deal of popularity and trust amongst the common people. With the tragedy of Edward's loss, some within the government and inside the higher echelons of society began to take measures into their own hands. Far-looker sympathizers within the Ministry of Trade and Colonization drafted a bill that authorized the creation of a trust fund for research and development of improved aerospace technologies, claiming it would be used for the TDF. This was a front, and instead the funds were controlled by Lauren Mackenzie, an auditor for the Ministry of Trade. These funds were then channeled into renewed, but private, in order to make things harder to track, colonization efforts, revitalizing a major component of the Taurian economy, and doing so in the Protector's blind spot. 16 worlds were colonized as a result of this intrigue between 3035 and 3037. The Protector, sadly, discovered this embezzlement and took swift action against the people trying to sustain the economy and vitality of the state. Every member of the Ministry of Trade and Colonization was arrested, and their assets were seized, even those who took no part in it. Thomas saw nothing but treason now within the entire organization. They played a role by their silence. Paranoia ruled the day, and upon Catherine Calderon's intervention, the wife of Thomas Calderon, did Thomas release those who hadn't been found directly guilty, and restored their assets. Anyone now in the government, however, feared what the Protector could do, with even the smallest hint of treason. Very much, the ideals of Ignatius Calderon were not embodied in his descendant. What's worse was just when the Concordat needed stability and certainty as to what the world would look like after the troubled Thomas Calderon, another calamity struck. Janice Calderon became sick with the Brisbane virus, robbing her of the ability to be the official heir, as she was confined to a wheelchair as her body degenerated. Ian Calderon, the next in line, abandoned the state to become a mercenary, washing his hands of the entire situation. Felix, the fourth of 5 children, and a little-known, very private person, was now next in line to be protector of the Concordat. He'd wanted to be an explorer and despised the idea of governing, but took on the role as heir. As Edward was dead, Janice was unable, and Ian had shirked his responsibilities. Still, before he could ever even hope to become the protector in full, he had not given up on his love of exploring the cosmos. In 3046, his jump ship disappeared while delving into the depths of unexplored space. Some claim he fled, hoping, much like Ian, to escape his duties. But such disappearances tend to be more associated with critical failures of jump vessels, or with violent interactions with pirates, than they are with people following their dreams to explore forever. Only Geoffrey Calderon now remained. A young man of only 20 years old, he was now the last member of House Calderon who could, without dispute, inherit the protectorship. Yet more tragically, in 3047, there was a minor border incident, where a freighter registered to the Federated Commonwealth misjumped into Taurian space. This mistake cost the crew their lives, as their jump ship was destroyed by jittery Taurian pilots. However, the incident report did go up the chain of command, and ended up on the desk of the now old, paranoid, and isolated Thomas Calderon. The entire military was put on high alert for an immediate invasion by the armed forces of the Federated Commonwealth. As the military was on red alert, months into the crisis, Dedrick's Devils, a mercenary unit working for the Federated Commonwealth, went rogue after a payment dispute with House Steiner Davion, and jumped into the Pinard system, inside of the Taurian Concordat. Without knowing why the mercenaries were there, they refused the Devils the right to land and resupply, and as a result, the mercenaries raided Pinard's capital, before diving further into the Periphery beyond the Concordat. This only further entrenched the Protector's wild vision of the Federated Commonwealth, seeking to crush the Concordat, as it had crushed the Capellan Confederation only a few decades prior. In response, in 3048, he knew he needed as much intelligence as possible. Thomas authorized numerous recon missions into the Federated Sun's half of the Commonwealth, resulting in multiple border skirmishes and small-scale battles. But the broader invasion never materialized. Though, in 3049, a meaningfully large military exercise known as Victor 49 was launched near the Concordat's borders. This set Calderon off, as he saw that the big one had finally come. Declaring a state of emergency, he forced Taurian citizens into constructing planetary defenses across the seemingly sieged kingdom. The dam finally broke, as the citizens of the Concordat had finally had enough. They had had enough of the waste of their taxes. They had had enough of now being conscripted into a fantasy invasion. Widespread protests broke out, but Thomas had insisted that the threat was real, and remained unrelenting in his policies. Only with the arrival of the clans did the Federated Commonwealth task force depart, which made Calderon look all the more the fool. Though, if the task force had been there to invade, only the arrival of the clans had stopped them. And while he could only keep up marshalling the general population for so long without rebellion, it didn't end, as Thomas never ceased in his belief that the Federated Sons were poised to strike out at the Concordat at their first opportunity. Even as the Davions pulled troops from the border, leaving their own worlds without defenses, he refused to believe it was anything more than a ruse. It even got to the point where he believed that the clans themselves were a fabrication, created by Davion in order to dupe anyone who might have been foolish enough to believe it. He even passed this idea on to the Capellan ambassador to the Concordat. Sadly, this state of mental decline was exploited by the Capellans, where they would only support him in his delusions in order to foster better relations between the two states, at the cost of the Concordat, sadly. Tensions started to rise inside of the Concordat as powerful people began to coalesce around disaffected officers and elements of the TDF. Even the military was finished with the agenda the Protector had been running for 20 years now. The central figure who became the rallying point that these people within the government and army followed was one Marshal Haji Doru. In 3055, members of the government, most prominently the Ministry of Trade and Colonization, stormed a meeting of the Protector and his Privy Council, demanding an end to civilian conscription for defense works, and also demanding an end to the Taurian defense forces being left on high alert so they could finally deal with the piracy issues now plaguing the outer reaches of the Concordat. They also demanded an easing of trade restrictions, and that portions of the obscene military budget be earmarked to resume government-supported colonization programs, to restart the main engine of the Taurian economy. The address was delivered by Assistant Minister of Resources, Erica Dryden. Not in our name will you continue conscription of civilians to build unneeded planetary defenses against an enemy that poses us no threat. Not in our name will you continue to keep the Taurian defense forces from engaging our real foes, the pirates and brigands that almost daily raid our worlds and despoil our cities. Not in our name will you continue to restrict trade that should profit the entire Concordat, in order to fill the coffers of a military that you will not permit to do its job in our defense. Not in our name will you continue to neglect the Concordat's best hope of prosperity, exploration of space and settlement of new colony worlds, which alone can truly strengthen and preserve our beloved nation. We demand the end to conscription, to bloated military budgets, to neglect of vital defense against pirates, and to neglect of colonization efforts. You are the Protector. Fulfill your office, or resign it. Assistant Minister Erica Dryden, 3055. In a blind rage, Thomas Calderon refused, to put it politely, and his minister threatened to appeal to the Court of Judicial Review in order to charge the Protector with violating the populace's rights and civil liberties. This was meaningfully the first time in Taurian history that this had been threatened. The abuse of power had gone on too long. Only Thomas himself was far too lost to see it. After the ministers departed his Privy Council, He ordered Marshal Doru to have the Taurian guards arrest them for treason. Instead, Doru refused, and immediately informed the Protector that he was no longer fit to govern the Taurian Concordat. With the 2nd Battalion supporting him directly, Doru had the Protector taken into custody. After this, the Marshal approached the Calderon family, informing them what he had done, and pleading with Geoffrey Calderon to assume the throne. With the support of his mother and Janice, Geoffrey agreed to take up the crown. Several days later, only one day in fact after his 29th birthday, Geoffrey Calderon ascended to the throne of Taurus, with his only remaining sibling's full support. Janice, despite her condition, would remain an advisor to the new Protector. The people who he was responsible for cautiously felt that there was hope, that their long suffering was at an end. As for Marshal Doru, the man who had turned fate, he believed he could not remain in his position, as he had removed the head of state. Resigning his commission, Doru departed for the Inner Sphere. Thomas Calderon died in early 3056, after suffering medical complications from a massive stroke. You are the last person in the world I'd accuse of naivety, or worse yet, double-dealing. Yet I have to ask, what are you thinking? Of all the Inner Sphere states to throw your lot with, you've chosen the least honorable and most duplicitous? And for what? A few fancy mechs and a little extra financing for our colonization program? Do you really value our own alliance and the Taurian contribution so little? Protector Geoffrey Calderon, in a message to Magistrix Emma Centrella. Power certainly doesn't transfer consistently between one protector to another, in the sense of consistency of government. In the final years of Thomas Calderon's regime, his heir apparent had been already paving his own radically different path, politically, from his father. Not just out of a need for the Calderons to survive the transition, when it came sooner rather than later, but because the Concordat needed to deviate away from his father's ideas. And Geoffrey saw that clearly. In 3053 and 3054, Geoffrey had met privately with the Magistrix Emma Centrella, where the openings for a much more cooperative arrangement between the two states, the Magistracy of Canopus and Taurian Concordat, may have even moved to form an alliance. Geoffrey had seen how the Capellans had tried to poison his father's behavior by supporting his worst instincts, all for their own gain, and viewed them as deeply insidious and untrustworthy. Going further, he believed House Liao to be a bigger threat to Taurus's rule than the mighty Federated Commonwealth. Emma was receptive to the idea of an alliance, and one of the new Protector's first acts, beyond reversing most of his father's horrid military spending blunders, was to announce his intention to form a formal alliance with Canopus. The public's reception was accepting to the idea, and thus, in 3056, Geoffrey Calderon signed the new treaty with their neighbor, which implied mutual defense, full diplomatic cooperation, cultural exchange, and a lowering of trade barriers, though the latter portion of this was notably staged over time. It also committed the two to begin sharing financial and technological resources, which boosted their new joint colonization efforts, something the Calderon's Farlooker supporters were overjoyed with. The only problem was, the treaty was in truth a trap, even if all parties didn't realize it. When it boosted both countries' economies, it helped the Canopian military and industrial complex more meaningfully, as the Taurians shared their experience, know-how, and technologies. The Treaty of Taurus also made both nations desirable partners to the Confederation, which from this point forwards would do everything it could to involve itself in the alliance. an attempt to subvert it towards Capellan goals within the Inner Sphere, as Chancellor Liao Sun Tzu sought to restore the Confederation to its former glory. Emma Centrella's vanity and self-interest saw her become a willing ally of the Capellans, especially as problems began to emerge with the Marian hegemony. By 3058, they entered what was later dubbed the Trinity Alliance. Clearly from the onset having an implication that her other ally, the Taurians, should join in the new prosperity her nation now experienced, especially since her own armed forces were yet further enhanced with Capellan technology transfers and upgrades. Emma's plotting to drag her unwilling ally along with her would ultimately be a disaster for the Taurians. In late 3060, in order to try to mend the differences between the two allies, and in an attempt to persuade Geoffrey Calderon into the new Trinity Alliance, in the region between the two states which was now being actively colonized and governed, on the world of Detroit, the two leaders were to meet. This region had been in a chaotic state, with limited colonies and broken worlds since the reduction or collapse of the Aurigan Reach. Detroit, in the new colony region, had a Capellan finance battlemech factory on it, making this the ideal place for the two to meet. Clearly, Emma intended to show off the benefits of joining the Trinity Alliance, all while marrying it to the colonial efforts the two states had embarked in together. Chancellor Sun Tzu was even slated to attend. A supposed assassination attempt on the Celestial Wisdom, however, derailed part of this planned meeting. Rather than waiting for the Capellans to recover so they could all meet together, Emma opted to meet with Geoffrey on Detroit alone, regardless. On Christmas Eve, 3060, new colony president Sherman Melton, along with his colonial marshals, took the two leaders hostage and proclaimed that the colonial region between the two states was now independent. A Capellan Canopian Special Task Force intervened 2 months later to end the hostage situation. And after several weeks of fighting, the situation did indeed come to an end, and so did Geoffrey Calderon. The Protector was killed in the final battle to liberate the two leaders, being caught in the crossfire. He had been the biggest obstacle to the Concordat joining the Alliance, so his death was beyond convenient for the Confederation. And having saved Emma Centrella, she, her family, and her nation were now indebted to the Chancellor as well. This meant Sun Tzu could exert power over his primary ally to acquire the troops he desperately wanted. Everything, in the end, worked out in Lao Sun Tzu's favor. But for House Calderon, Geoffrey's death was a mortal wound. Geoffrey himself had no direct, known heir, and his sister Janice had no ability to actually govern given her physical state. While there were other cadet branches of House Calderon, none were politically powerful enough or well-known enough to fill the void. Lord Grover Shraplen, the former governor of McLeod's Landing, a man who would go down in infamy in the history of the Taurian state and the Inner Sphere, emerged as the only figure with enough political power and expertise to claim the protectorship, and he was backed by Janice Calderon. At the time of assuming office, Shraplen was known for his patriotism, integrity, eloquence, and his intelligence. Disastrously, something that was overlooked by both the public and the elites was his clear disdain, mistrust, and paranoia of House Davion. Shraplen's ascension to the throne was not seen with much controversy, as the Taurians, outwardly, claimed to not necessarily have much loyalty to the idea of a Calderon always sitting on the throne. This is something, however, that was clearly not entirely true if we examine it with the lens of history. But for now, the Concordat's protector was not a descendant of Samantha Calderon. Only one other, brief time in the Concordat's existence had seen this. And unlike the brief tenure of Reina Arantino, this time, the line truly felt severed. The Calderons were a spent house.
For as soon as a king assumes an unjust and despotic power, he instantly becomes a tyrant, that which there can be nothing baser, fouler. No imaginable animal can be more detestable to gods or men, for though in form a man, he surpasses the most savage monsters in infernal cruelty. Who indeed can justly call him human, who admits not between himself and his fellow countrymen, between himself and the whole human race, any communication of justice, any association of kindness. But we shall find some fitter occasion of speaking of the evils of tyranny, when the subject itself prompts us to declare against them, who, even in a state already liberated, have affected those despotic insolences. Marcus Tullius Cicero, Treatise on the Commonwealth.
In August of 3062, the new protector, Shraplen, began making his grand moves towards curbing his primary regional political enemies, namely, and of course, the Davions. Publicly stating, with questionable evidence, that the separatists in the new colonies regions were supported by the Federated Commonwealth, and thus were responsible for the death of Geoffrey Calderon, the new protector signed on to the Trinity Alliance Pact, taking the Concordat into an uneven partnership with the Capellan Confederation. In his own near abroad, Grover reduced support for new colonization, and instead reoriented once more towards military efforts, including punishing the new colonies and reasserting Taurian control. Public support for the new protector was strong, but even in these opening years, people began questioning just what their leadership and government were doing, especially since it was commonly believed most of the catastrophes involving the Capellans were a part of plots formed by said nation. More tragically, the Taurians, after being drawn into the diabolical pact with the Confederation, were informed that the treaty's mutual defense provisions meant that the TDF were forcefully requested to serve alongside the MAF in the infamous Chaos Marches, a region where House Liao was exploiting the chaos of the collapsed authority to regain their lost territories there. Even larger numbers of troops were drawn from Taurus when the Chancellor once again called upon his allies for the intensifying conflict with the St. Ives Compact. There was little to be gained for the Concordat spending blood and treasure in these wars, and the traditional rallying around the government in a time of crisis yielded little support in this instance, especially given the recent history of the Concordat. As the casualty reports started to flow in, protests started as a sizable section of the public was incensed by being drawn into a foreign war. Multiple professional TDF soldiers gave up their commissions, or flatly refused orders to head to the Capellans' multi-fronted campaigns. Individual Taurian worlds even became delinquent with tax revenues, deliberately not sending funds to Taurus in protest, or withholding military equipment and personnel transfers. This, however, was the minority point of view, at least early into these acts, but it was only to grow with time, especially as far more important crises emerged elsewhere. The new colony region, the one that Shraplen had vowed to punish and assert Tauran sovereignty over, was in every way made unmanageable by the Protector's actions. Colonies had less resources due to funding cuts, including less equipment for survival. The authority that was meant to be bolstered instead atrophied as the Taurian colonial marshals found their capital backing diminishing. Worse still, edicts were put out by Grover to find Davion operatives within their own ranks, all while new loyal recruits were forced into the marshals. Administrative chaos reigned supreme as a result. In the early days of these policies, TDF troops had arrived in the area, enforcing martial law on these frontier worlds of the Concordat, which did compensate for some of the problems Grover had created by utterly handicapping the marshals. These soldiers couldn't stay long, however, due to the Capellan needs for bodies at the front, with the garrison shrinking or vanishing altogether by 3063. This then, as a consequence, saw Canopus gaining more influence in the region, as their aid and economic influence continued to flow, especially as subtle and small changes were made to their own colonial policies. Canopus was now undermining the Taurians, their theoretical allies. Once new taxes were put on these colonies by Taurus to fund its military, the writing was on the wall. History does, after all, repeat itself. Even more critically, at home, while this was all happening, Shraplen did exactly what Thomas Calderon had done, by not only focusing too much spending on the military, but also by trying to dragoon more people into it. Why? Because recruitment for the professional arm of the military collapsed, because the Protector had failed to take into account that no one wanted to be flown over to St. Ives to die for the political ambitions of Chancellor Lao Sun Tzu, it turns out. Before thinking of starting a large-scale call-up, however, incentives were offered to try to boost recruitment, including larger salaries and signing bonuses. A new marketing campaign was launched as well, once more to get more bodies into the army. Volunteers could now not keep up with the demands of the now voraciously hungry Taurian Defense Force's needs. And then, as if to compound all of this, the Federated Commonwealth descended into a full-blown civil war. Now, the rational amongst you might imagine that this would be a comfort to the Concordat, given that it viewed House Davion as their mortal enemies. After all, it meant that said enemy was wasting resources fighting itself, rather than invading them. This was, pitifully, not the case. Against all reason, it was believed by the Protector that whoever won the Civil War would keep their kingdom united, and would go on to cement the realm together once more by attacking a common enemy. Grover's belief was that common enemy would be the Taurian Concordat. Certainly, it couldn't have been the Capellan Confederation, or Clan Jade Falcon, two much more prominent enemies of the great house of Steiner Davion. No, it would be the Concordat. So, following his thinking to its logical conclusion, Shraplen knew the state needed to prepare for war, and that meant depriving the new colonies of even more resources by the mid-3060s. Indeed, in 3065, he was actively refusing to even meet with the representatives from his state's own colonies altogether. The colonies filled with Taurian citizens, finally had enough of their protector's reign. They had enough of his high taxes, lack of services, and lack of material assistance. They had enough of being treated as enemies by their own government. President Carver Trondell sent ambassadors to every great house, the new Star League, and Comstar, as well as the magistracy of Canopus, declaring the independence of the colonies, now officially giving itself the name the Franc Reaches. In their declaration, they specifically singled out Shraplen and his lack of governance and neglect as the primary reasons for this necessary act.
Whereas we, the people of the former New Colony region, wish to claim for ourselves and our posterity the blessings of liberty that all by right should enjoy. And whereas we, the people, have honestly attempted to secure those blessings within the laws and values of our mother nations. And whereas those attempts have failed through no fault of ours, but instead have foundered on the intransigence of others, most particularly Lord Grover Shraplen of the Taurian Concordat. And whereas we the people do not consent to join pernicious foreign alliances, such as that with House Liao, in which both of our mother nations unfortunately chose to enmesh themselves. And whereas said foreign alliances have resulted in policies that violate the most cherished values of our mother nations, most particularly the equitable allocation of tax revenues to the detriment of the new colony region, as well as our Taurian and Canopian brothers and sisters. Be it resolved, therefore, that the new colony region from this day no longer exists. We, the citizens of the Franc Reaches, do declare our independence now and for all time. It is our fond hope that our mother nations will someday disentangle themselves from the concerns of foreign empires, so that we may restore our ties with them as friends and equals.
Declaration presented on Taurus by Sierra Turner, Franc Reaches Ambassador to the Concordat, 28 February 3066.
After years of horrendous economic, internal, and colonial policy, and after self-destructive diplomatic catastrophes, finally the people of the now Franc Reaches had enough. The Taurian Concordat had become a doppelganger in many ways to the Terran Alliance, the very thing which Samantha Calderon and her people fled from 800 years prior. It was an out-of-touch, wasteful, neglectful regime that had driven away its own people. Only 2 years prior, the Concordat, with the help of their Capellan allies, had joined the new, short-lived Star League. Given that the League's lifespan was very short, any prestige from this appointment was lost anyway, as the separation of the NCR was an international humiliation, rending much of their clout abroad and at home. More terrible still, the Canopians were having a small row with the Confederation, and had pulled their troops from Liao's wars by this time too, forcing the Taurians to pick up the slack in the Chaos Marches, even after the St. Ives issue had been resolved. With all of these issues finally piling up, citizens and elites began demanding the resignation of the Protector. Some demanded an intervention in the Franc Reaches, to reclaim their now lost worlds, but there was no way to do so. The military was stretched too thin and was exhausted. Internally, Grover's approval rating crashed, and he was increasingly being isolated and blamed, rightly, for the misfortunes that were befalling the Concordat. The Protector would, and honestly should, have been ousted, if anyone could have amassed enough political power to do so. But there were no real alternatives. The Taurian economic, class, and political system really did limit the growth of power outside of the central government, and as a consequence, with Shraplen still sitting on Taurus, his removal was extremely difficult, without all of the mechanisms of the system really rallying around a replacement. Though, more problematic for the embattled Protector, there was the potential emergence of someone who could replace him, with time. A bastard of Geoffrey Calderon, by one Talia Martins, a mercenary from Prey's division, emerged. A mere child and unable to rule, Eric Martins Calderon still represented a new threat to Shraplen's rule, especially once one Baron Cham Kithrong publicly declared that he would be the boy's regent in 3063. Showing the rightful successor to the public was important, and what was more important still, was showing just how much support this new heir had, even if it wasn't enough to overthrow the current governor. Because Baron Kithrong was the head of the TDF's 4th Corps, that meant any attempts made on the boy's life or vitality likely would have had a response. Some Taurian citizens even believed that Kithrong intended to try to coup the government at this point, or at least many hoped he would, but this was not to come to pass. Eric was only 10 years old at the time of his first appearance to the elites and the public, and Kithrong was uncertain on if he could marshal enough support from court and the broader government to embrace the overthrow of the deeply unpopular Shraplen. Just because the Protector had minimal support didn't mean that Eric Calderon had an endless font of it. He was, after all, a child, and honestly looked to be an illegitimate one. For Shraplen's part, much like the breakaway NCR, there just wasn't much he could do about the situation in the immediacy. The child posed a potentially significant risk to his leadership and rule, but not at that exact moment. The key and frustrating part of it, most assuredly, was that this figure emerged from the military, which was the most powerful institution in the country. He believed he still had time to right the ship and save his protectorship, and therefore the Concordat. The amount of time that Grover had to achieve this, though, was not as great as he imagined, because while this debacle was unfolding within the Concordat, the Magistracy of Canopus had seized territory in the now former NCR before recognizing the Franc Reaches officially. Not only had the Franc Reaches just defied the Protector and blamed him explicitly for their actions, they now delivered to the Canopians a rich world, and were recognized by everyone regionally of note who they would need to be legitimized. Kithron by this point had been holding back for several years, and Eric Calderon was 13 years old. He had had enough, and demanded the resignation of Grover Shraplen in favor of a restored Calderon line. He would act, of course, as the head of the Regency Council until the boy came of age. If he refused, there was to be consequences. If for no other reason than his stubbornness to cling on to power at all costs, and with an excuse, namely an incursion by a vicious mercenary unit, who had recently been underemployed from the Davions, promptly rejected the proposal and the threat. He believed he could withstand the need to step down, even as it was brought up with his Privy Council directly. In fact, he is quoted as saying, "I will not leave this realm in the hands of a general and a child while we're in the middle of a war." Even the now bedridden and severely ill Janus Calderon pleaded with him to step down. These pleas fell on deaf ears. The war he was referring to was an assault by the fighting Urukai, and it was a most vicious assault that they launched on the capital world at that. This travesty, too, had been entirely Grover Shraplen's fault. The mercenaries, namely said fighting Urukai, had sent representatives to Taurus in a single vessel, claiming to be looking for a contract with the Concordat. Shraplen, knowing the Uruks had previously been contracted by the Davions, was convinced they were acting as scouts for House Davion, and a secret invasion force would follow in their wake. Naturally, he had the Uruk ship blown out of the sky before considering any kind of meeting. The Urukai, it seems, did not take kindly to hearing that their representatives had been murdered, and that their ship had been blown up. They moved against Taurus in force. They arrived in system in August of 3066 and touched down on the planet shortly after. Whole regions of the capital were leveled in the fighting. Only direct intervention by the Taurian guards managed to end the Uruk's rampage, though at a heavy price in men and materials. Stubbornly holding in place and using the attack as leverage, the Protector managed to keep his death grip on power. But Baron Kithron and a sizable portion of the public saw it for what it was. The Protector had invited reprisal from the Uruks by killing their representatives, something that foreshadowed much worse things to come. The entire debacle had been wholly avoidable, and the damage to property and loss of life were Shraplen's fault. But even with the people as split as they were, with some rallying around the Protector, and a larger body of the public being nervous and displeased with him, too many could find no one to rally around, as despite his grievous errors, Eric was still a child, and too few people were willing to trust the Concordat with a Regency Council of a boy they barely knew. Knowing he couldn't manifest a coup reliably, at least not without risking a full civil war, Kithron did the next best thing he could, and made good on his threat to the Protector at the same time. He proclaimed the territories his soldiers were stationed on as being independent from the Taurian Concordat, and declared it to be the Calderon Protectorate. The response was immediate. The Franc Reaches, Detroit, and every other blow to the Taurian state's prestige, and Grover's, were left unanswered. But this betrayal was not. Declaring the rebels traitors, the dictator of the Concord ordered the TDF to assault this breakaway region, and to bring the enemies of the state to justice. Only, it failed. Utterly. Baron Kithron had many friends in the TDF and government, and Grover through his reckless policies, had very few. Officers refused their orders. Troop transfers and supplies were misdirected on purpose. Whole units of soldiers were convinced with ease to not attack their fellow citizens. A civil war, a shooting war, loomed inside the Concordat, if the issue was further forced. The secession itself embodied the extreme level of what far too many within the army and citizenry felt about the regime themselves. While Shraplen still sat on Taurus, having his throne, and no one could take that from him at the moment, he nonetheless had no power over many of the disasters that followed in the wake of his foolish leadership. The new protectorate, only a small number of worlds on the outskirts of the Concordat's frontier, for now, was to be a lingering, humiliating presence for the Protector, despite his best efforts.
The Calderon Protectorate goes its own way, for as long as events make it necessary. If other Concordat worlds want to join us, we'll welcome them, though we will not invade our sister worlds in the Protectorate's name. It's our hope that our late Protector's son will not only come to rule these planets, but will one day take his rightful place as the leader of the whole of the Concordat, should it have the luck to survive the troubles that currently beset it. Until that day, we remain committed to protecting and defending the last Calderon, and with him, the best hope for all the Taurian people. Marshal Cham Kithrong, in an interview with Newsmakers, 3066.
Recording. The Davions are hunting us down like rabid dogs, with no quarter asked or given. We fight back as best we can, but how can we stand against an enemy better armed and equipped, despite all our vaunted Capellan military aid? An enemy fighting on his own territory, repelling us as invaders? An enemy, perhaps, that, dare I say it, we never should have roused in the first place. From a report filed by Andreas McKellen, correspondent of the New Chapelle Defender, 18th of February, 3067.
It is an impossibility to give an unbiased account as to who Grover Shraplen was, especially given his actions after the division of his country. Even if the majority of the world stayed within the clutches of the Concordat, the reason why it is impossible is because history has shown us the actions of Grover Shraplen, and the kind of monster he really was. Why do I say this? With approval levels at a shocking low, with an entire corps having rebelled against him, and with his own supporters comprised of anti-Davion fanatics, in order to remain in power, and in order to save his protectorship for his own ego and vanity, this man did the unthinkable, and flagrantly launched an undeclared invasion into the Federated Suns. For someone who claimed that they wanted to defend the Concordat from House Davion, this is beyond irresponsible, and it is beyond moral comprehension given the condition that the Concordat was in at the time. Delusions about rallying the people around the flag could not even justify such an act. Nothing could be more criminal, nor dishonest on his part. There was a madman leading the Concordat, someone even less stable and less scrupulous than the disgraced Thomas Calderon. Of course, the Federated Suns were caught entirely off guard by the attack. This was due to two major contributing factors. 1. House Davion was engaged in a life-or-death struggle with House Steiner. And 2. The Taurian Concordat's military power was relatively backwards and paled in comparison to the size and scale of what the Federated Suns could bring to the field. Several planets fell in the advance of the soldiers as little resistance was encountered. This changed when they crashed headfirst into the AFFS and mercenaries, as local forces rallied around Duke George Hasek as he responded to the localized, quite frankly absurd crisis. The Taurians had attacked across a broad front, and now paid for it as the counterblow landed. The TDF broke across most of the front, pulling back as they faced the Davions' fury. It didn't take long for reports to come back to the public, and in areas where units came from that had been particularly badly mauled, protests began to emerge. The AFFS was defending their home, and they were rightly motivated with outrage when responding to their neighbors' utterly unnecessary aggression. It was a PR nightmare on top of a strategic reversal. There was nowhere for the Protector to hide from the debacle now, seemingly. Remaining members of the various branches of House Calderon were looking, according to rumors, but there had to be some validity to them, for candidates within the realm to replace him. If something didn't change soon, the remarkably unpopular tyrant of Taurus would find himself in a Davion prison, or perhaps a Taurian one, depending on what happened. And something did happen. Fate turned towards this pitiful failure of a leader, when those beneath his command held in the face of a Davion counterattack over the Pleiades cluster. The Pleiades had been settled by the Taurians long ago, but for centuries lay within the borders of House Davion. A couple of the TDF's most dedicated units in all of this were the Pleiades Lancers and the Pleiades Hussars. Commands comprised of descendants of people who had fled House Davion's rule in the aftermath of the surrender of the Taurian Concordat so long ago. Determined to honor their ancestors, and determined to right what they considered a historic wrong, the Lancers and Hussars held their ground on Hyalati against a ferocious Davion assault, with both mercenaries and AFFS units trying to dislodge them, only to stumble. The larger force's failure to defeat them gave Grover the political capital he needed to stay the course, and to save his protectorship. The war transformed into the War of Reclamation, a war to right an ancient wrong that was inflicted on the Taurian people. The Lancers themselves were almost wiped out in the Battle of Lindsay, and the unit was merged with the Hussars to keep a functional regiment in the battle space. Support for the conflict finally surged as the Pleiades cluster fell under Taurus's control. Originally intending to call in a multitude of favors, diplomatically, those earned with the Confederation, in order to attempt to end the situation with a Taurian victory at the Star League Council, this was dashed as the Star League itself came apart. War was to be the watchword of the Concordat now, and their fortunes continued to seemingly turn. Hasek was forced to reposition his troops, giving the Taurians the ability to surge their own, imposing their authority over the contested region. And, as they made their advances, they made a grievous mistake. But the Protector's ambitions did not end there. With real support now, and stunningly foolish resolve, he hired mercenaries to help end his territorial integrity issues with the Calderon Protectorate in 3068. The infamous Black Angus boys were brought on board after their expulsion from the magistracy of Canopus. The unit wasn't exactly known for their willingness to fulfill contracts, and they failed to do so in this case as well, when they were ordered to assault Martinic. This opening to the campaign spelled doom for the entire venture, and left Grover once more in a difficult political position, having failed to crush his potential usurper, and leaving the Protector in still uncertain waters. Still, this was the high watermark of the Taurian realm, despite all the costs. The losses of machines and blood, the overextension, the lopsided alliances, the crumbling relations inside those alliances, the internal turmoil, all of it had not impeded the Taurians to push to their furthest limits against their longest-standing enemy. The army was stretched, the realm was tired, and the fighting, while less resoundingly loud for the exact moment, had yet to stop, and it would grow louder within a few years. The Inner Sphere itself was accelerating towards the abyss, as the Star League once more vanished, and as those that claimed to remain true to Jerome Blake's divine words began to move, outraged by this twist of fate. Protector Grover Shraplen would have history write him as the man to reconquer the Pleiades cluster, as well as the man who took up the role the Calderons had failed at for decades. And he would also want to be remembered as the man who helped modernize the TDF through an international partnership. If he could control that, I am certain that is how he would force the world to remember him. Shraplen, though, certainly would not want to be remembered as the man who dragged the Taurian Concordat into tyranny, one with him at the center of it. Nor would he want to be remembered for foolishly throwing away the lives of young men and women to appease his Capellan allies, who most certainly looked more like masters than partners. And he'd not want to be remembered as the man who lost the NCR and Protectorate through his vile, paranoid, narcissistic, self-serving governance of the Concordat. But he'd never know how history was going to remember him. Because in May of 3074, while once more dealing with the crisis of his own making, several asteroids struck Taurus, one destroying the capital city of Samantha. In the process, most of the government was killed, and tragically millions of ordinary citizens. Though thankfully for the long-suffering people of the Taurian Concordat, so was Grover Shraplen. In a cruel twist of fate, it was to be his successors who would ultimately pay for his hubris.
Victory in war does not depend entirely upon numbers or mere courage. Only skill and discipline will ensure it. Flavius Vegetius Renatus.
The Inner Sphere went mad after the collapse of the Second Star League. Nations fought one another. But most of all, everyone seemed to rally around battling the Word of Blake, though some received quiet support from them. It is impossible to describe the gravity of the cataclysm both the Inner Sphere and Taurian Concordat survived, without first discussing how the Concordat aided, in a seemingly symbiotic relationship, the most sinister force in the Inner Sphere, the ones who brought this madness to a fever pitch. That is, the Word of Blake. Comstar had split into two primary organizations after the halting of the clan invasion, between those who were secularists and those dedicated to a religious understanding of Jerome Blake's teachings. Comstar had, on the surface, retained most of the assets of the organization in the divorce, but this was not truly accurate, as the most loyal and fanatical followers of the Word of Blake came to possess several hidden worlds, and had captured the leadership of the Free Worlds League. A competition broke out between both parties, not just in terms of intrigue and violence, but in terms of contracts over HPGs as well. The Concordat rebuffed the Word of Blake politely, mostly under Geoffrey Calderon, though he did allow for some small dealings with them. Shraplen, on the other hand, loosened this policy considerably. They took over more HPG stations within the Concordat under his watch, as he allowed independent planets to determine who ran their HPG grids, using his own experience as a former governor to guide his policy. Given that Comstar was now, by this point, run by Victor Steiner Davion, it became more and more prevalent that worlds would, on their own, switch providers conveniently, giving the Blakeists a deeper and deeper hold over the Concordat's communication grid. Their influence in the Taurian state was further bolstered by the Farlookers movement, who had several sects support the Word of Blake quite openly, though most especially the Inheritors, who believed the Inner Sphere's time was coming to a close, and that the Periphery would be the only flame of humanity left, and they would resettle the Inner Sphere after its destruction. Inevitably, these relationships grew, especially as the Trinity Alliance began to fray. The Capellan Confederation used Taurus, more than the other way around, and Canopus over the years had proven to be less than a friend. Shraplen, thus, began quietly turning towards the word of Blake for intelligence and other forms of support by the mid-3060s. There was no harm in having a backup plan, after all. During the heavy fighting in the Pleiades cluster even, Blakist advisors were assisting several units, including on Bromhead. With this growing special relationship, and common ties between segments of the population and the Word of Blake, there was to be a meeting in 3074 about additional support for the Concordat. The war in the Pleiades cluster had turned for the worse, and more would be needed to staunch their bleeding as a result of clashes with mercenaries and the Federated Sons. The meeting was to be with Protector Shraplen, Marshal Boris Tharn, and, of course, the Word of Blake. However, the Protector had become ill and was unable to attend. Thus, Boris Tharn was the one who ended up meeting with their Word of Blake allies, only to discover that there had been several asteroid strikes on Taurus, where the Word of Blake provided evidence that it had been a Davion plot. At the same time, the Blakists handed over a refurbished warship, a Quixote class, one which would come to be named the TCS Vendetta. And this was all needed, because the Taurian Concordat had made a grave error in their campaign to control the Pleiades cluster. In order to try to retain control over the region, the Federated Sons had leveraged mercenaries to pick up the slack while their primary forces were needed elsewhere. Several notable mercenary outfits were brought on board, but most prominently, Hansen's Roughriders were. The unit had a harsh reputation for fighting, and even managed to be a key unit in the defeat of the Wolfstragoons in the 12th Battle of Hesperus. While its history didn't stretch into the distant past of the Star League, it is one of the most notable and fearsome units to emerge from the 31st century. But it was on Bromhead, in 3067, that the 2nd Taurian Lancers scored a deadly blow on their mercenary opponents. Hansen's Roughriders had left an infantry regiment on world to defend vital resources. They were very effective against the Lancers when they arrived to take their objectives. What was supposed to take hours now took several days, as they were caught in ambushes and traps left by the veteran infantry formation. The Lancers' Word of Blake advisor provided intelligence. After they managed to break through several fortified towns that specified where the enemy's headquarters had been set up. Confusion broke out as the Lancers finally managed to crash through the additional defenders, in the form of the Roughriders' Old Guard and additional infantry, as they caught up with what they believed was the Roughriders' command staff trying to escape. Colonel Morant, the commanding officer, opened fire. No, the Roughriders' dependence had changed into coveralls for ease of movement and comfort. There was gunfire, and I thought it was the militia attacking us. I gave the order open fire before they could scatter or counterattack. They had been ambushing and laying traps every step of the way, killing or wounding my soldiers. I wanted to put a stop to it, but I was wrong. So wrong. Colonel William Morant of the 2nd Taurian Lancers, 16th of February, 3070. The Roughriders, who were considered loud and rowdy, became quiet, brooding, and bitter. Colonel Wolfgang Hansen and his soldiers didn't just lose their support staff, they lost their families, their dependents. Each Mechwarrior, each tanker, each aerospace pilot or dropship crewman or remaining infantryman had lost someone, if not everyone close to them. Wolfgang in particular lost his wife and 3 youngest children in what became known as the Bromhead Massacre. The Taurians immediately tried to cover up the mistake, the bloodbath, downplaying the numbers of casualties and claiming it all to be Davion propaganda. This was just another blunder. Another overzealous mistake, just like what happened with the Fighting Urukai. But what the TDF and Taurian Concordat didn't realize was that this time the Taurian guards and the army were not going to be able to handle the fallout from this error. The Uruks were a tough unit, but they weren't Hansen's Roughriders. And they weren't just at war with the Federated Sons anymore. No, they were at war with Hansen's Roughriders, one of the toughest units in the Inner Sphere, and a unit now hell-bent on revenge, and one willing to do anything to avenge their now deceased comrades and families. The worst part of it all was that the Taurians didn't even realize as a whole the full breadth of this critical error, as the Roughriders didn't immediately strike back against them. A group of pirates raided Middale, a planet where the Roughriders were stationed to defend, in the guise of being the Taurian Guards, and were functionally annihilated for their troubles, with cockpits shot out after the mechs were disabled. Mechs were turned to slag as the Roughriders smashed into them with reckless abandon. This was just a precursor, though, for what was to come. The Roughriders' War of Vengeance truly kicked off when the TDF opted to raid Middale themselves. And they did so with the 2nd Taurian Lancers. They were running headfirst into a furnace of destruction, and had been misguided by their allies the Word of Blake as to not know the full gravity of what they were about to face. When Hansen's Roughriders realized what they were up against, it was a slaughter. The TDF were annihilated by the rage-filled, grief-stricken Roughriders. It was a massacre. Only a handful of survivors were pulled from the wreckage by Davion forces. The Taurians got their first taste of the war they started, and it was beyond bitter. Taurian propaganda began depicting them as House Davion's hired death squad, as a result of the massacre of the Lancers, claiming that they were those who had abandoned all honor or laws of civilized warfare, which is ironic coming from the Taurian Concordat. Whereas the Taurians had held out against the Davions in the Pleiades cluster, in no small part due to the bravery of their Pleiades units, things did not look particularly good on other sections of the front. Thankfully though, understanding the importance of what they'd gained, the Pleiades was now reinforced with new units. And this was because even though the Federated Sons might have had superiority on other sections of the front, they themselves were now stretched thin, and couldn't simply push into the most valuable area, which was the Pleiades. They were also having a little bit of trouble dealing with the fact that the Word of Blake were now sieging New Avalon, but the status quo was about to change. Nathaniel Hasek was put in charge of the Capellan March after the death of Duke George Hasek, and he was going to use the Roughriders to their fullest extent. The Roughriders were let off their leash. They struggled to pin down Taurian forces early in their campaign on Electra in 3071, in particular in the Tamoon Canyons. Wisely, Taurian insurgents and irregulars knew not to square up with the Roughriders, and instead led them through a series of short battles where they had the advantage over the mercenaries, before fading away. Eventually, they brought the mercenaries into a maze of canyons, which had been fortified by the TDF's functional pirates. Ambushes took a toll on the Roughriders, but instead of being demoralized, it only drove them into a frenzy, taking no quarter, and blasting through every square meter of the positions they came across. Armor and infantry swept ahead, disabling traps and mines, before the big guns rolled up and took out the Taurians. What's important about this fight was that when the Roughriders went over the spoils and weapons caches they uncovered, they unearthed a host of nuclear weapons that were a part of these stockpiles. The Taurians had attempted to withdraw from the canyon complex they'd so bitterly defended, only to find their escape had been bombarded by aircraft, cutting off their primary exit. Instead of confronting them again, the Roughriders unleashed nuclear annihilation on the Concordat's soldiers. The Taurians' publicity denied the weapons were theirs, and denounced the Roughriders as butchers and monsters for using them. But the MRBC found that these weapons were in fact of Taurian origin, and did not fault the Roughriders for their usage in battle. The Roughriders now had nukes and were willing to use them, and unfortunately so did the Taurian Concordat. The next big fight emerged when the Roughriders struck into the Concordat in 3074, pillaging McLeod's Landing's vital industry regions for 2 days. The junta at the heart of the Concordat lost its first vital war industries to the Roughriders, and these were the first major industrial losses since the attack on Taurus. But revenge was on the way, especially after the Fedsun attack on their capital, because the TDF, in retaliation, launched a full invasion of the contested planets on the Davion side of the border. Their campaign was swift and brutal. In June of 3074, Taurian assaults hit Bromhead, Middale, Brockway, Hyalati, and Lothair. On Bromhead, Brockway, and Middale, the TDF employed nuclear weapons, killing tens of millions of Fedsun citizens and soldiers as a consequence. The next world they hit, this time in January, and the one that held out, was Brusset, which had been struck by the newly formed 4th Taurian Lancers, a unit comprised of survivors from the 2nd Taurian Lancers that had not been deployed on Middale and new recruits. The Lancers were torn apart by ambushes and massed artillery and airstrikes, as this was a trap laid by the Roughriders. And this all happened before the Roughriders finished them off in an ugly mop-up operation. Once again, the Concordat came up short against the Death Squad. Almost a surprise to no one, the war turned even uglier for the Taurian Defense Forces as the armed forces of the Federated Sons and mercenary counterattacks came in February of 3075. House Davion struck back on Mendham, as well as Lothair, Warren, and Hyalate. Much to the chagrin and shock of the Davions, not everything went their way. The Taurians managed to cling on to Lothair, repulsing the invaders and keeping their claim to the territory. They drove Warren into a stalemate as well, not giving it up, but failing to fully repulse the AFFS. It was on Mendham that they simply couldn't hold, and on Hyalate, where the Roughriders ruled over the defenders, blasting them out with fuel air bombs and nuclear weapons, devastating the TDF defenders. Giving back where they could, Marshal Boris Tharn's forces seized Rendham in April of the same year. The planet had held out recently against the Word of Blake, but it cost the Fedsuns dearly. When the TDF showed up, they battered down what was left, seizing their objective. Only a few days later, the Roughriders once more landed on a Taurian planet, this time Amber Grove. They struck their enemy hard and fast, first targeting Taurian command centers with nuclear attacks, before sweeping the planet. This wasn't even done to capture the world. They spent several weeks rampaging through the planet's industries, burning its vital production facilities to the ground, and the horror of this fight was far from over. Beginning to have had enough of these trading blows, the Concordat opted to employ its now treasured warship, the Vendetta, against the Roughriders, sending it to recently lost Hyalate and bombarding the planet from orbit, annihilating the world's HPG station and military facilities. While the Riders didn't get out unscathed, they got a clear message. The Concordat was going to give every bit as good as they got. If there was ever any doubt that this was a Scorched Earth campaign, the years of 3075 and 3076 would easily dispel that. Events descended entirely into madness. It could be assumed that any engagement with the TDF would involve nuclear weapons, and it was assumed the other side would carry them as well. Nothing better characterized this than the Second Battle of Brusset. The Concordat, copying the strategy that they had had on Rentham, letting their functional allies the Word of Blake strike first, launched a dedicated assault in June, with the Vendetta and its flotilla supporting the advance. House Davion's navy, however, had been searching for the Vendetta, and was positioned in system, resulting in a clash between warships. Mirroring the victories of old, the TDF's Vendetta overwhelmed the AFFS's Cathil, a Fox-class warship. Unfortunately for the Taurian invasion force, both sides prolifically used nuclear weapons, which struck the planet and its major cities in the exchange, blasting the planet and killing millions while the world burned. The Cathil was destroyed in this fight, but the Vendetta and its fleet were forced to retreat to repair and rearm. The planet became the site of several more battles throughout the rest of the war, with even more nuclear weapons used. causing unthinkable damage as both sides descended into barbarism and orbital bombardments. Despite the wholesale destruction across the region, things didn't slow down. A vengeful Hansen led his men to strike at Sturop in November of 3075, plundering their defense sector for resources, though not having the time, seemingly, to burn the facilities to the ground. By 3076, in February of that year, he and his forces hit Panpor, smashing their mech production lines. In a desperate attempt to end the Roughriders' ransacking of the Concordat, in June, a dedicated task force led by the Vendetta was hunting the Roughriders once more. They struck Warren first, bombing the planet's capital and spaceports out of frustration and vengeance, even with the Roughriders having slipped away before the attack. The Vendetta, in July, delivered the next orbital annihilation to Cooterville, the Roughriders' next withdrawal point, but once more they'd slipped away to Feargrove, leaving the planet to be hammered as they leapt from world to world. Before the end of the year, the Taurians, with a deep raid using their naval assets, even struck as far as New Syrtis, the capital of the Capellan Marches, delivering nuclear strikes across the planet, and crippling the Syrtian shipyards in one of the most daring, brazen, and impossibly violent raids of the war. While much of the planet's regions were evacuated beforehand, it despoiled the territory's crops, causing hunger, famine, and starvation. Millions suffered, and hundreds of thousands died. Clearly, the campaigns on both sides were now being motivated by vengeance and reprisals. Before the end of 3076, on Taurus, Boris Tharn had managed to repress enough of his opposition to not merely rule by decree, but to be declared officially the protector of the Taurian Concordat. But this did little to change any battlefield realities that the Taurians were facing. Because, as if everyone had gone wholly mad, the war dragged on. The Taurians' primary remaining ally, the Blakists, were now on a back foot as well, meaning the Concordat had to rely less and less on their allies, creating more issues for this periphery country. Thankfully though, for the Taurians, outside of raiding and probing actions by both sides, the intensity of the combat for the moment had begun to draw down, but the fighting was far from over. The Roughriders and much of the AFFS turned their attention to crush the Word of Blake, with the Roughriders being reduced to a company by the end of the Battle of Terra. But with all of these events happening, the AFFS reoriented, as meetings were settled about how to put an end to the fighting on the Taurian border once and for all. Though, diplomatic channels were opened by the Calderon Protectorate, which had, at the start of the campaign, supported the Taurian Concordat, but after their brethren's reckless use of orbital bombardment, for moral reasons, they'd withdrawn their support. They were now seeking a diplomatic solution to the bloody and horrific war that had been taking place. Despite the armed forces of the Federated Sons being a bled force, it still had teeth. Operation Matador was organized, and it was the last great battle of the war, a war that had been raging for over 13 years. Multiple RTCs worth of soldiers, veterans of the campaign against the Word of Blake and the Taurian Concordat, were organized, supplied, and set on a massive campaign. When they crashed into the TDF, it was an immediate reversal of fortunes for the Concordat, as the AFFS pushed back their entrenched and bitter enemies on almost every front. Only one offensive lane failed, and it was the one led by Nathaniel Hasek. He was ambushed and killed on Ridgebrook. This then threw his entire command into chaos. The main force behind this part of the attack, the Elysian Strikers and Syrtis Avengers, were badly mauled in the fighting that followed. Outside of small graces, the speed of the other advances, and the pressure from the Calderon Protectorate, resulted in the Taurians coming to terms with House Davion. Prior to this settlement, they'd once more come to the point where they were seriously considering the employment of mass nuclear weapons. But after over a decade of war, after all of the horrors and losses, they were tired. For the Davions' part, they hardly wanted to face more total warfare, especially warfare that would devolve into the use of tactical and strategic nuclear weaponry. The Calderon Protectorate used this moment to cement what was needed: peace. A negotiated settlement was reached, where the TDF would surrender the vendetta to a multinational force, including the Calderon Protectorate, Federated Sons, and themselves, and in exchange for releasing their grip on the worlds outside of the Pleiades cluster, the Concordat would retain control over the Pleiades. The treaty was signed on July 2nd, 3080. The long 13-year war, and truthfully a war which had its origins going back even several years before, was finally at its end. In the aftermath of this long drawn-out conflict, Taurus determined, with new evidence to hand, that the asteroid strikes on Samantha, the capital, had been done by none other than their former, now destroyed ally, the Word of Blake. In the fighting, the TDF's army was broken and never fully recovered. The Seti Hussars, Red Chasseurs, Concordat Jaegers, and 2 formations of the Taurian Lancers were killed to a man, while all other units were badly depleted by the war. The Concordat lost several vital worlds, but they had reclaimed the Pleiades, or at least a broken husk of the Pleiades. Delusion ran rampant on Taurus and in the Concordat, as this was viewed and presented as a victory.
Because of a few, disasters come upon the whole people, and because of the evil deeds of one, many have to taste their fruits. Basil the Great, Emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire.
Generations of hatred, generations of paranoia, and a full age of the worst fighting the Concordat had seen since the collapse of the Star League had turned the Taurians into what can only be described as a delusional state. The institutions, once thought to keep the nation honest, had become the embodiment of dishonesty. The new protector was little more than a general with a crown. The government's various branches supported him with vigor during the war with the Federated Sons. The military, gutted and exhausted, offered vocal and robust support for their new protector, as he was a man from within the ranks, and had many friends among officers. But all was not well, no matter what the propaganda tried to present. The aftermath of the war had been a disaster. Even though they'd captured the Pleiades cluster, their military, industrial, economic, and other territorial losses had been, in a word, catastrophic. While the central government tightly wrapped around itself, protecting the protector and its own interests, the regional governments and individual worlds had increasingly had enough. Singular planets on the outskirts of Taurus's empire began to break away, no longer wanting to deal with the grief and tragedy of being within the Concordat. Some did so officially, while others ceased reporting to Taurus, leaving in silence. There were even worries that another protectorate may form, much closer to Taurus, but this never manifested. The Concordat's borders simply eroded, though not completely, at least not yet. The Concordat was broken, on almost every level, because of the war. The economy being in shambles meant that it barely had the resources to even begin rebuilding. The industry shattered by the AFFS and Roughriders remained quiet. Even in education, a field where the Concordat had accelerated across human space, saw a silent exodus of professors begin, leaving a hole in the system it would once more never fully recover from. The very gem, the core of what had made the Concordat viable and competitive for so long, was bleeding away. Why? Because Taurus could no longer afford to pay for the education system itself. People starved. Promised healthcare systems eroded. The things that people were promised by being Taurians could no longer be delivered. The actual government, though, had been gutted when the Word of Blake destroyed Samantha. And Protector Tharn had no real bureaucratic experience with civilian government. nor did anyone he surrounded himself with. With this loss and the inability to replace vital people, the Concordat simply crashed and failed to pull up. People simply became used to their once great state never fully recovering, and never returning to what was promised to the people. With time, this state of dilapidation simply became normal. In a way it hadn't since, once more, the fall of the Star League. Things only became worse after Tharn's departure. At least Boris had charisma, and real support from citizens who believed he delivered them a great victory. His successor, Protector James Ureta, could make no such claim. His rule could be described, politely, as ineffective, and more bluntly and realistically, as a horrible repetition of everything that had dragged the Concordat into the depths of despair. Its citizens found themselves in a state of never-ending decline now. Once more, the Capellan Confederation became an enemy, but one barely recognized by the Concordat. They seized several worlds in the Laconis region, and the TDF was in little position to do much about it because they'd been positioned to handle a Davion invasion. The Federated Sons, at this time, were not willing, or able, to invade the Concordat, so these placements were beyond any rational reasoning. It was even a greater mockery than the previous protectors who clung on to these ideas. Disgustingly, Ureta then used this still-spent force, instead of trying to hold back the Capellans, or trying to concentrate them to try to regain their lost worlds, to launch preemptive strikes against the Federated Sons. Even though several limp attempts were made to lash out at their Liao occupiers as well, the primary focus, bizarrely and pathetically, was House Davion, a state not even in the process of building up on their border. Redeployments of vital troops was the final straw. Most notably when 1st McLeod's regiment was moved from Charleston to the Pleiades cluster in 3119. The government in Charleston was enraged, just as the governments that first stepped away under Protector Tharn. They declared independence from the Concordat, citing their reasons for doing so being the pathetic behavior of Protector Ureta, and most especially his foreign policy. This started a domino effect. Dozens of worlds fell, one by one, each declaring independence. Each one wanted to escape the nightmare state that had evolved out of their once beloved homeland. Some worlds simply held out, refusing to send taxes or troops until the government had a change. All of this, however, pointed to one reality. Ureta had to go. Only that's not the political messaging that the head of state on Taurus heard. Instead, he heard treason. To resolve the independence movement, he opted to use the military. The TDF was to crush the delinquents. And he openly began threatening to not only just deploy the army, but to launch nuclear weapons against his own people. The first target was to be the world of Mithron. This was finally too far. Finally, the government on Taurus, after generations of decline, was given a moment of morality by one Marshal Caf Doru, the descendant of the former Marshal Haji Doru, the man who had stopped the madness of Thomas Calderon. Marshal Caf Doru knew what the legacy of his family was, and the responsibility that history foisted on his shoulders. On September 4th, 3127, Caf not only refused the deplorable and illegal orders from the Protector, but staged a coup d'etat. Ureta was arrested and then promptly executed for high treason against the people of the Taurian Concordat. Whereas Haji had left the Taurian state decades earlier, after the near same act, in truth this left the Concordat open to falling back into paranoia, uncertainty, and strife, as Caf had lived through and seen. There were no Calderons of note left to install. There were no alternatives, and self-imposed exile would simply leave the state to continue to fester and rot. Instead, Caf declared himself protector of the realm, and began military rule of the remnants of the once prosperous Concordat. The process took years, but slowly the people of the Concordat began to trust the new regime on Taurus, as it made meaningful steps to try to salvage what was left of the country. Doru, indeed, as the years progressed, did much to restart the Concordat's economy. While it was hardly the juggernaut it had once been, at least something approaching normal was being restored, and the people responded to that. Diplomatically, to the public, relations with the Calderon Protectorate were kept icy, but in truth, behind the scenes, the two nations were beginning to forge real ties during the years of Doru being in power. And they began the process of working hand in hand by 3145 to support the now ocean of independent worlds between the two of them. In fact, reunification was increasingly on the lips of citizens in both realms, and their elites. The schism that had sundered the Concordat, and created two states with different values and outcomes, were beginning to reconcile. It was obvious to almost everyone what had happened to the Concordat, when it deviated from the path it was supposed to have started on. Taurus's realm had gone from a state that valued people's freedoms, to belligerent warmongering, and those that governed it were incapable of seeing what they had become. That was why so many worlds, so many friends, in essence, had abandoned them. But this was finally going to change. The ship's course was being corrected. Serious negotiations began to take place in 3147, 81 years to the day that the Calderon Protectorate had been declared. Caf Doru and Samuel Calderon, the two protectors of the two Taurian states, delivered a historic proclamation on Taurus. Doru's 12-year-old daughter, Riva, and Calderon's 8-year-old son, Bryant, were set to marry once Bryant came of age. Upon this union in 10 years' time, the Taurian Concordat and Calderon Protectorate would merge into a single state once more. In the meantime, the pair of them entered into a pact of mutual defense and trade. This was a golden moment for the Taurian people. Families separated by decades of division reached out to one another across the void. Trade and communications openly flowed. A sense of history came with it, a sense of optimism, even in the otherwise ruinous times, ironically, of the Dark Age. Of all the nations of the Inner Sphere that now struggled, or even died under the fires that had been unleashed during the blackout, the Taurian Concordat finally found itself, and began to heal. I think that's the wrong way to look at this. We're all Taurians. They've never stopped being Taurians. That's true for everyone in the Protectorate, and it's true for everyone who declared their independence from the insanity of Eureka. It's insanity and short-sightedness like that which divided us, not something fundamental. With that out of the way, we're left with the common ancestry. Only a Taurian can understand what that means. Protector Caf Doru, when asked about the idea that the Concordat would be a junior partner in the restored Taurian state, 3147. New Taurians, old Taurians, I don't give a damn, and no one else here does either. They can take all their flags and get bent. Grossbach belongs to no one but those who were born here. And that's how it's meant to be. Doru and Calderon can die in a ditch. Administrator Lars Colby of Grossbach, 3147. The historic deal between the two powers raised many questions, and created uncertainty amongst the now independent worlds in the former realm of the Taurian Concordat proper. Many planets had become isolationists themselves, or petty despots, who now clearly saw restored Taurus as their potential enemy. While there were plans to ensure that the unification was built to last between the two powers, there are increasingly those who would want to see this process halted, for the sake of being independent from the power that would fill the vacuum the original Concordat left behind. But the greatest threat to this reunification, perhaps didn't come from the former territories wishing to scuttle it, but from the state of humanity as a whole. The inner sphere in the preceding decades, since the blackout, had become a fractured mess. The clans had run roughshod over the whole region. The Republic of the Sphere, the power that emerged out of the Blakist defeat on Terra decades earlier, shattered, before being swallowed by the new Ill clan. Each region was finding itself in a bitter struggle for survival, most notably though in the Taurians near abroad, the Capellan Confederation and Federated Sons. Not only had these two giants traded blows with one another, but the Federated Sons had found its capital world seized by its old rival, the Draconis Combine. This instability, though, had the real impact of creating threats abroad. The Calderon Protectorate had done much to have reasonable relations with the Federated Sons, and the Taurians were now trying to not antagonize them. Sadly, this didn't take into account the situation in the more localized region, the Capellan March. Duke Alexander Hasek had recently returned to his capital, after years of supposedly leading his 6 Syrtis Fusiliers after the Capellan invasion had claimed New Syrtis, the aforementioned capital of the region he legally governed. He set to work, rebuilding his personal properties, as much of the civil and industrial damage from fighting on the planet had already been repaired. Just prior, First Prince Julian Davion liberated the planet, and he was in the process of now liberating New Avalon, the capital of the Federated Sons as a whole, from Combine occupation. Hasek clearly felt threatened by Julian, oddly denouncing both him and the Capellan Confederation as he officially took his title of Duke. Oh yes, that's a thing, by the way. The Duke wasn't actually the Duke when he originally left. His mother had been, and she'd been executed by the Confederation after the original fall of the planet. So, now the rightful heir, he had returned to claim his throne, and was now responsible for the entirety of the march as a result. His denouncement of Julian, at least in public, stemmed from blaming him for the deaths of civilians and soldiers on the planet. He also vaguely alluded to the First Prince working in collusion with House Liao, an odd claim if there ever was one. In short, the new Duke of the Capellan Marches was not exactly moving to the same drumbeat as the rest of the Federated Sons. On top of being an administrative pest, and disobeying the treaties and obligations put in place by the First Prince while clashing with other military brass locally, who were loyal to the First Prince before the Duke, I should make clear, Hasek began investing significantly in expanding military production and recruitment, even forming a new unit, the Syrtis Scourge, a group wholly loyal to him first. To anyone with any political understanding of the kind of person Alexander Hasek was, normally he would hardly be a major concern. He was a blustering moron for the most part, but he truthfully would rather be seen as the center of attention than actually leading a military campaign. He would make a lot of noise, but not take a lot of actions, in other words. His prior history in the military was lackluster regardless. But unfortunately, sometimes things just aren't left alone. On June 8th, 3151, an assassin slipped into Alexander Hasek's recently rebuilt ducal manor. The assassin was sloppy, ending up in a shootout with the guards, and in the crossfire, the Duke's longtime consort was hit and killed by a stray bullet. Clearly failing in his objective, the assassin threw a gas grenade and made his escape. This was thought to be an attack on the life of the Duke, and most, including said Duke, were certain that it was the actions of the Capellan Confederation. His routine, hostile rhetoric, and military buildup would have drawn their attention, and their only solution was clearly to eliminate him. Or, that was what it looked like, until analysis of the gas grenade showed it was of Taurian origin. The pieces all began falling together for Alex. It made sense. He'd been a strong patriot in public, talking about restored territories, and he'd even forgotten that the other powers in the region might have felt threatened by that. The Taurians held on to the Pleiades cluster with a death grip since it had been stolen from the Federated Sons. They had tried to kill him, to prevent him from restoring his ancestral rule over the region. They would understand their grievous error in trying to kill him. Only, they hadn't tried to kill him. The assassin was actually sent by the Duchy of Andurian, and had orders to kill someone important to him, rather than the Duke himself, in order to make it appear as though the Capellans had made an attempt on his life. Using the Taurian gas grenade had sent Hasek on a wild chase, not towards the intended target, but towards the Taurian Concordat. It also gave the narcissistic Hasek what he would have wanted anyway. He knew he couldn't have attacked the Confederation without severe consequences, not only from House Liao, but from House Davion. Instead, he now had the perfect opportunity to win a glorious victory over an inferior enemy in the region, increasing his prestige, regaining his territory, and bloodying his prized, new, well-equipped unit, the Sirtis Scourge. He, of course, would make them pay for killing his lover, something that did bother him, but he saw this as more of an opportunity than just plain revenge. If anything, the revenge was actually secondary to him. On June 20th, ignoring Julian's military commander, Field Marshal Fenelon, Duke Hasek and the Sirtis Scourge, as well as the 6 Sirtis Fusiliers, boarded their dropships and prepared to embark on their campaign of revenge against the Concordat. That began on the world of Electra, where Hasek's 2 regiments smashed the local militia, despite them putting up a doomed but defiant defense. Hasek suffered no losses, inflating his ego, not taking into account that his unit had outnumbered his opponents dramatically and had higher quality equipment. Electra was liberated in the name of the Federated Sons, which he now claimed had been freed from Taurian oppression. With this territory secured, he left the 6 Fusiliers behind and in position, before he pressed forward with the Scourge, a unit he was now thoroughly proud of. The plan was now to subdue the entire Pleiades cluster in a month, an ambitious goal to say the least. The Pleiades, however, is not easily navigated, and jumping to Maya required them first to lay over in Merope, disguising their IFFs as merchants, and with Electra not being able to warn the rest of the Concordat, they assaulted the recharge station before the Scourge dispatched a contingent to the planet in system. In this case, the planet was defended by more than just a militia, as they were backed up by a company of the Pleiades Hussars. The Hussars, knowing they were coming, did try to evade them, but with the Sirtis Scourge having air patrols, they could only do so for so long. The company was eliminated. Further bolstering his ego, not only through winning, but through being welcomed as liberators by the locals, the Duke's delight and self-congratulations couldn't have been more enthusiastic. The Taurians were not well loved necessarily on these worlds, especially after the disastrous leadership of the prior 2 protectors before Doru. And of course, the war that saw them return to Taurian space some decades earlier. Locals deemed loyal enough to the cause were armed, and were requested to hold the planet until the fighting was over, as the Scourge made their jump to Maya. The plan was to face down and destroy the Pleiades Hussars. With them defeated, the revenge for the loss of the cluster in the last war would be fulfilled, further elevating Alexander's position. Maya, though, was by no means as ripe a target as the prior 2 worlds had been. Despite no HPG communications, Colonel Hethro Gullerson of the Pleiades Hussars knew something was wrong when Hasek's ships began dropping mechs across the planet's capital, Suburu. 2 battalions fell upon the Hussars, and this time, they were led personally by Duke Hasek. Instead of letting confusion dominate them in a desperate defense, Hethro ordered his soldiers to retreat into the Theban foothills. As the Scourge hadn't completely taken out every space asset the Taurians had, at least yet, Gullerson managed to dispatch a courier requesting reinforcements from the 1st Taurian Lancers on Ridgebrook and the 3rd Taurian Lancers on Lindsay. These messengers also, of course, were ordered to tell Protector Doru of the attack on the Taurian Concordat. They now knew the Federated Sons were in a state of war with them, violating the treaty signed decades ago in a naked land grab. Knowing he couldn't defeat a larger and well-armed force on his own, at least in the open, the colonel also opted to wage a guerrilla campaign until reinforcements arrived, taking all of the wrong indicators he could from the Hussars' unwillingness to directly engage them. Hasek assumed victory would be inevitable. His primary underling, Colonel Jill Hallett, however, was much less confident and voiced her anxiety. The Hussars had begun fleeing before any meaningful engagement took place, meaning they were choosing to withdraw and not engage. They were not intimidated by their display of skills. It meant they were planning something. This was, of course, ignored. And once more, as on Merope, people began to wave the colors of the Federated Sun's flag upon his apparent victory and liberation of the planet, wanting to get this over with soon, as he wanted desperately to return to New Syrtis with news of his conquests. Hasek tried to bring the Hussars to battle. Weeks passed and nothing came of it, despite extensive sweeps. Almost a month later, there were signs of Hussar tanks near a logging camp, and a deeply frustrated Alexander Hasek, instead of sending scouts to confirm their findings, ordered the Scourge to mobilize, wanting to strike before the Hussars could vanish into the hills and forests once more. They struck this token element of the Hussars hard, sending them fleeing. Pursuing despite protestations from Hallett, his troops spread out, weakening their position. The Hussars then manifested from concealed positions, striking the Scourge with ruthless fury. Only by burning the forest could Hallett buy her soldiers time to reposition. Savaged but not broken, Hasek's Scourge was now left vulnerable to the Hussars. Neither force was strong enough to entirely dislodge the other, but the dynamics of the battle had changed. This new stalemate dragged on another week before Hasek sent for the Fusiliers to reinforce his position, but the call came too late. The 3rd Taurian Lancers appeared in system and announced their arrival. Seizing that moment to try to prevent any more bloodshed, Colonel Gullerson demanded the Scourge surrender. Instead, that night, the Scourge attacked, hoping to rip down their enemies before they could be reinforced. Hasek gambled that if they could do enough damage to the Hussars, they could buy time for the Six to arrive and save the day. Unfortunately for him, the experienced Taurian colonel had anticipated this brash move. The Hussars counterattacked into the teeth of the Scourge advance. They fell back, but were unable to break free from the Hussars before the 3rd Taurian Lancers landed and finished cutting off the Syrtis Scourge. The Duke's failure to surrender peacefully saw his unit utterly shattered and destroyed by the furious Taurians. There were survivors, and Alexander Hasek was amongst them. He was dragged into captivity in shackles, treated as the criminal he was. The Taurian Concordat responded to this grievous insult, but something had changed over the last decades in the Concordat. Protector Doru's leadership, not merely in society, but in reforms made in the military, and the sorts of people in the military, had significantly changed the army's culture. What before would have devolved into a full-blown military campaign, one with nuclear weapons being deployed, and desperate calls that the nation's survival was at risk, instead had a very measured and careful tone. And that tone wasn't just delivered to the people, who would be informed of the dire and genuine attack, but the same messaging was delivered to the Taurian defense forces as well.
You are aware by now that in July, a Davion strike force came to the Pleiades intent on seizing the cluster and reabsorbing it into the Federated Suns. For those of you who may have heard otherwise, let me assure you that our forces prevailed against this literal Syrtis Scourge. The combined might of the Pleiades Hussars and 1st Taurian Lancers crushed the invaders and captured Duke Alexander Hasek, who foolishly chose to lead this incursion personally. This was not an objective raid, but an unprovoked act of war, and Protector Doru has authorized the TDF to respond in kind. Punitive operations have already begun, but these will be measured responses, designed to remind the Davions that we are not weak. You are to conduct your operations with the utmost professionalism and limit civilian casualties. You will be held accountable. For too many years, our nation shuddered at the idea of looming Davion aggression, a spectre that never emerged, no matter how much fear-mongering our former protectors engaged in. We will not fall prey to the demons of our ancestors. Such paranoia is unfounded and demoralizing, and you must do your part to dispel any talk of it in your units. The Davions are not invincible. They are human beings, no better or worse than yourselves, and we have defeated them. We will slay our national bogeyman by fearing him no more. Senior Marshal Willard Pratt, October 3rd, 3151.
Electra was liberated by the 1st Taurian Lancers on August 21st, where outnumbered, the 6 Fusiliers were unable to resist the larger Taurian regiment. They attempted to retreat into the Delph Gorge, intending to hold out, until evidence was displayed by the Lancers of Alexander Hassek's capture. After this was determined to be real, General Duran, the man in charge of the 6, parleyed for passage off-world, retreating from the Pleiades cluster. The Taurians had defended and secured their worlds, and broken the sword of the Davion attackers. And as I said before, this time it is different from before, because in response, the Taurians simply raided worlds on the border, rather than invading and annihilating them. Further different still, the Taurians did try their hand at diplomacy. The Concordat attempted to ransom back Hassek, only to have the Davions attack in a coordinated operation, even while under a banner of truce, to rescue him, before fleeing the system. But even with that, there was no grand follow-up. Instead, the Concordat declared victory. While some fighting may still be going on, Doru didn't throw everything away as his predecessors would have. Blindly attacking and bringing the war to another level could have jeopardized the state and its people. All of the rebuilding that was underway would have been lost. The reunification plans would have certainly been scuttled by such an action. Instead, Doru is now trying to hold firm with the idea that not only had they won, they'd won the final victory over House Davion. The Goliath nearby was not invincible. It was not a threat beyond any others. It was not a national obsession. The Taurian Concordat had saved its hold on the Pleiades cluster, and had done so with grit, determination, and valor. And it had showed the Davions themselves, through successful raids, and through the act of winning, that they were not so easily bullied on their own lands. Indeed, Doru's farsightedness regarding the Federated Sons, the reunification of the country, and the rebuilding of the nation, if they have the charisma to carry this forward through their personality, will be the greatest gift a protector has delivered to the Concordat in hundreds of years. Caf Doru will have given the Concordat what his ancestor could not. A confident, fresh start, and a brighter dawn for all the children of the state to inherit. God has given to men no sharper spur to victory than contempt of death. Hannibal Barca. Since its founding, since Taurus became the center of the Hyades cluster, before becoming the throne of an empire in the Periphery, the Taurians have lived with the legacy of tragedies, and has struggled with its identity bordering on the inner sphere. When Samantha Calderon envisioned this new home for mankind, in her mind's eye she saw something that reflected only the best in people. They would take to the stars, take to new worlds, and live lives built on respect, independence, shared sacrifice, and the ideals of free people. One could argue it was her very son who deviated the state from that path. It had been mentioned before, but it's worth restating. The Taurian Concordat was twisted by the nature of its leaders, but also by the trials of the nation. Had the Star League or Federated Suns never shown aggression towards it, perhaps the Taurians would have been a grand state, a place of trade, commerce, and education sitting next to the Capellan Confederation and Federated Suns, acting as an intermediary and a pacifying presence in the region. But another road was taken. The Concordat was invaded, pillaged, and broken, and its people and leaders became paranoid that just like the Terran Alliance, then later the Star League, that their enemies would come for them. A state built the ideals of freedom, despite occasional tides turning, such as under Protector Ignatius, became one of militarism, paranoia, hatred, rage, and finally, aggression. A country that was so blind it nearly doomed itself and billions of others by engaging in massed, shameful, nuclear war, for no other reason than selfish pride and disdain, all while the nation itself fell apart. Such stains on their history will not soon be forgotten. But now there is a new age. Now the Concordat has a chance to rise to its former glories, to perhaps become the nation that Samantha Calderon dreamt of. Her descendants, by breaking away in the Calderon Protectorate, had a fresh start, with new eyes to see the world, forging partnerships in peace, rather than division and war. Her people, on Taurus and the rest of the Concordat, as well as the former Concordat, have seen and been through the worst kinds of horror they could have imagined, living in a state driven mad, while the world around them brought only aggression and death. Now even they can see the bright future that could await them all. Obstacles still remain, but if they can come together, from simple people to the army, to the elites, to the governors of planets, to the protectors of the realm, and embrace the spirit that formed the Concordat almost 1,000 years ago, they can build a future brighter than anything they could have imagined only a handful of years prior, and they can begin to rise to take their rightful place amongst the great human nations, where they belong, and look towards the stars in the distance, and reach out to them with their hearts and minds open to exploration, prosperity, and freedom. There will be those within the independent worlds who will resist. There will be those in the Capellan Confederation and Federated Suns who try to suffocate the reunion of the Taurian peoples before it can happen. But they will only succeed if the Taurian people allow them. United and determined, they can do nothing but be successful. I think the odds of us repeating the mistakes of the Lyrans and Fedis are near zero. For one, they tried to unite two people with no historic ties, no common ancestry as Protector Doru puts it. For another, we will be rejoining something that was broken, not because the Taurian people wished to be divided, but because of temporary emergency measures. And we're not rushing into this. We'll spend the next decades working out all the kinks and ensuring that the next generations won't have to deal with a new separation. Protector Samuel Calderon, 3147. So now you all see why there has not been as many updates on the channel over the last 2 months. I'm going to attempt to keep this closing segment short and sweet, or at least as short and sweet as I can. It's all being freestyled, I've just got a few notes here. This took approximately 2 months for me to make. It was the biggest project I've ever done, it uses the most source material I ever have, and I don't think I've ever put more effort into a video than this one. I sincerely hope you all enjoy. It's something completely new that I've never done before. It's not going to be the norm on the channel. The next video is going to be the Ebon Jaguar, and it will hopefully get out in time before October 3rd. Just writing the script alone almost took a month, including proofing it. It's over 73 pages long, it has 43,000 words. I even cut 2 whole segments from this just to cut the time down a little bit. This was a humongous project. I hope everyone has enjoyed it. If you did enjoy it, don't forget to hit like, it does help. And don't forget to subscribe. I have many new ventures that are planned all the way through to the beginning of next year. I also kind of wanted to take some time to dispel the kind of like really inaccurate vision of the Taurian Concordat people seem to have, because the history of the Concordat is far different than the general community's perception of it. This won't change that, but if you watch this, you will see just how unique and special the Taurian Concordat is, at least I think. I also want to give a completely superb and profound thank you to the people who lent their voices to this video. Namely, Mechanical Frog, who did most of the historical voicing. Thank you, Mech Frog. Also, I had a great time hanging out at PAX. I'll catch you next time, I hope. Also, a huge shout out to Battletech, who actually did a clutch recording for me when I was sick on the second last day of making this. I couldn't record it myself, so I'm incredibly grateful to him. More shoutouts have to go to Critical Rocket, who delivered a huge piece, Sven Vanderplank, who did the voice of Ian Cameron. Then, of course, the Of Men and Mech podcast also gave several lines, thank you. Big shout out to Brent and Aaron for their lines, I appreciated it. Of course, a huge thank you to The Beef, who provided the voice of Reynard Davion. And the biggest thanks in this case is going to go to Tex from the Black Pants Legion, who wrote the segment on how the Taurians fought and delivered the voicing for it. I can't thank him enough, it fit perfectly into the piece. Overall, to everyone, a huge thank you. Also, Tex has a new video coming out approximately 1 week from when this is launching that is about the Battle of Twycross. I recommend you all check it out. But again, a huge thank you for his huge contribution to this video. Not to forget, I will have a link to every single one of these content creators. The Battletech podcast, Of Men and Mech podcast, Mechanical Frog, Sven Vanderplank, Critical Rocket, The Beef, and the Black Pants Legion in the top pinned comment of this video. I really recommend you check them out if you haven't, and if they're on YouTube, I recommend subscribing to them. For the 2 podcasts, I recommend taking a look at their stuff. It's great. Just as a few final disclaimers here, I did have to use some Battlefield 2042 game shots, just due to a lack of artwork for early eras of warfare. Also, due to a lack of color-based art and extremely out-of-date art for warships, I used some promotional material from Falling Frontier, which is a game that will hopefully be out soon on Steam. I think there's one screen cap also from Star Citizen in this. I think of a Starbase, I think. Also, as per usual, Storytech Designs does the beautiful stellar backdrops that you see in these videos. This is used with his permission. Huge shout out to Storytech Designs. And finally, I have music from Scott Buckley in this, who has an archive of music that is usable, so long as it is provided the full credits for it. So a huge thank you to Scott. There's the full credits to his work inside of the video description, and there will be a link to his page in the top pinned comment as well. One final note is I used like 20 plus resources to make this video. I have notes from the Periphery 1st edition, the Periphery 2nd edition, Major Periphery States, House Arano, House Davion 1st edition, House Liao 1st edition, the Star League 1st edition, the Reunification War, Battletech Universe, Shrapnel Issue 15, Second to None, Masters and Minions, Star Corps Dossiers, Mercenary Supplemental Update, Blakistera Final Reckoning, Blakistera Hotspot Series in general, Field Manual 3145, Field Manual Update, the novella Blood Rage by Craig Reed, Shrapnel Issue 12, The Old Guard, Field Manual 3085, Error Report 3145, Shattered Fortress, Dominions Divided, and Damocles Sanctions. I think I also briefly used the First Succession War book just to confirm a retroactively inserted character. So with all of that, the final part I just wanted to convey here, is I wanted to give a huge thank you to all of the channel members. If it were not for channel members supporting me while I work on this, I could have not spent the time that I have on this video. It would have been impossible. I know some people aren't very happy that it ended up being 5 hours. It's just where the data pointed. I wanted to make the most complete Periphery video that I possibly could about the Taurians. I know that not everything's even in here. There's some spaces that I quickly brushed by, but you can kind of see why I did that. But I sincerely mean it. Thank you so much to all of the channel members. Thank you so much, of course, also to the Captain Generals. This would not be possible without your support. Thank you. I really mean it. And I hope you guys all enjoyed this content. And I would like it if everyone, whether you're a channel member or not, let me know what you thought of the video, no matter how far you got into it, in the comment section below. A reminder, it is in chapter format. It's a little late by the time you get to the end of this video, but there are chapters in the description for a reason. Thank you all again, and I'll catch you all in the comment section below.